What? I'm having motion, Mom. I'm done. No more Omago, bro. That shit don't work. That shit don't work, bro. The fuck is this nigga talking about? Mm. Is this a clean version? It's not. Okay, I want to listen to the other one. That girl dropped another feed.
Read every book in Skyrim ever. This is technically part 2 of a 2-part series. To catch you up from part 1 though, part 1 is mostly about the history, the geography, a lot of nitty-gritty details, a lot of the background information, and part 2 I would say is arguably more of the fun stuff. This is fiction, poetry, journals, and a little bit of some lore later at the end. Part 2 has some of my more favorite stories. I would say the quantity of my favorite stories are in part 2, but part 1 does have a story that I think is the most interesting and one of the most unrealized lore in the Elder Scrolls, at least in my opinion, which is the real Baron Zaya. To keep it short and simple, without stalling, let's get into it. Part 8. Plays, poetry, and riddles. There are 21 plays,
Where do I have to go to the library to like find one of these?
Poetry and riddle books in Skyrim, and we start with a book about one of my favorite races in the Elder Scrolls. The Betrayed by Engui Emeloth, translated by Calcimo of Markarth, an NPC that we will discuss a lot more in length later in this video. This is a poem written by the Falmer, which are technically the Snow Elves, but in Skyrim, they look a little bit more like goblins. It starts off with some beautiful Falmer script, which I always appreciate, these little details. It's the small things, really, that make everything so much more fuller, and details like this I always appreciate, I love. And this book was actually brought in through the Dawnguard DLC. The poetry itself in this book is simple. It follows an ABAB alternate rhyme scheme, but the poem itself is incredibly sad. It depicts the death of the Snow Prince, who we've talked about in length in part 1, but to give a little bit of a summary, depending on which book you read or on what you believe about the Snow Prince, you might get conflicting summaries or historical anecdotes, but in general, the Snow Prince died, he was a snow elf, and his death was arguably the turning point for the Falmer. After he died, the Nords basically won the battle, and the Falmer were pushed to side and ask for help with the Dwemer, who then enslaved them. And this is a poem pretty much about that. It captures their tragic enslavement by the Dwemer and their slow, agonizing descent into madness, torn from their home of ice and frost, thrown into the pitch black dread of night, living in fear as their minds become lost, as their eyes begin dimming the light. What once was light turned to blackness, alone and betrayed, sinking deeper into madness. I rated this 3 stars. It's short, but it did move me quite a bit. Then we have The Death Blow of Abernanet by Geocrates Varnus, or Geocrates.
I can't believe that nigga threw a chair across the room while I was playing Omago.
It's like Socrates. That must be what it is. Geocrates, Socrates. In Skyrim, this is a skill book that increases your block skill. It's also a ballad that features footnotes and explanations at the end by the editor Geocrates Varnus, which I love the footnotes. It makes the book feel more lived in and real. I do like these, like I said, it's the little details that really make something feel tactile, alive, and like something that I would come across if I was actually studying poetry in Skyrim. The poem itself recounts
This nigga sending beats. Noah Mahia sending people beats and they not responding. Oh, I gotta upgrade my soundboard shit, bro. What? What's fucking wrong with Bronny? He said, yo, chain fake. Should I do a backflip right now?
The battle against a Daedra worshipper. The poetry is actually quite nice in this book, but it is so funny to see the word Abernanet used repetitively in a poem. I read this out loud, and fun tip, if you're ever reading poetry, please read it out loud. It helps make sense of it so much more. And reading that word again and again and again confused my brain somewhat. I really didn't know how to pronounce it for a minute, and I kept saying it differently. It's just a strange string of sounds, honestly. Anyway, the majority of the stanzas focus on the hero Rangadil, who blocks every single attack effortlessly. I rated this 3 stars. Then we have the 5 songs of King Wolfhearth by Anonymous. This one originated in the game Morrowind and has been quite a staple ever since. It's a collection of legends showcasing the sheer power of shouting, or as we know in Skyrim, the Thu'um, during the First Era. Specifically, we focus on King Wolfhearth, who is considered the absolute master of the voice. This book also gives us the Nordic perspective on the Battle of Red Mountain, which, from the history section in part 1, is usually told by the elves. The primary difference between the Nordic and Elven perspectives of this battle lies in who is fighting and what was at stake. While the elves remember a civil war between themselves and the Dwemer over the heart of Lorcan, the Nords remember a failed holy war to reclaim their lost god's heart, Shor's heart, after being lured into a trap by the devil of Dagoth. Wolfhearth is the ultimate Nord hero king of the book. He is so powerful that he literally cannot speak without destroying whatever is in front of him. I gave this book 2.5 stars, actually, not because the lore was not interesting, but because it was not the most interestingly written, and I did have to use a lot of supplemental information as well from my past reading to make sense of this. And I would have liked actual songs in this book. At least 2 lines, at least a snippet of a song, because this is the songs of Wolfhearth and we just get summaries of them. Which I know is probably a lot to ask for, but like I said before, and I'll keep stressing it, it is the little things. Then we get the 4 Totems of Volskag by Anonymous. This is a poem, a puzzle, and a riddle all rolled into one book. You find these inscribed on the floor inside the ruins of Volskag. This book actually helps you figure out the correct order to activate the levers to progress through the dungeon. I gave this 2 stars. We have Horror of Castle Exir by Balith Cool, and this is our first play.
That shit is hard as hell if you don't have the book.
We get a play. I was so excited when I saw this. I'm not even that into plays. I just love the idea that they wrote this. I love it even more because we actually get the playwright's directional notes in this book. For example, it says, "This line should be delivered without sarcasm. Trust the audience to laugh. It never fails." I love the confidence. But you know what? Pro tip for writing. That's true. Trust your reader, trust your audience. Don't over-explain things if you're ever writing a story. You don't need to hold their hand because it will get repetitive and annoying. And if it lands well. And if it doesn't for some people, then maybe they'll get it on a second try. The play itself follows an imperial captain investigating a castle for necromancy, only to be misled by a simple maid who claims her master is away. The maid is actually a high-level destruction mage who is actually using the castle as a torture chamber to test the limits of elemental magic on living subjects. The play ends with the lights going out, cool little scary feature to spook the audience, and the mage easily overpowers the guards. I think I was so excited to see a play that I just automatically gave it 4 stars. I don't think I even cared about what we were given for its content. I just was excited about that. So I rated this 4 stars. Then we have A Hypothetical Treachery by Anthil Morvir. This is a story that follows a group of adventurers escaping with ebony mail, but this party quickly dissolves into backstabbing and murder. That's really not the interesting bit, believe it or not. Someone online actually wondered if this play was sort of speaking to the player. You could ask, is this play about us? There's a line in the play where an elven battle mage says, "Here I am, though why am I carrying the heavy load is beyond me. I always thought that the advantage of dungeon delving with a great barbarian was that he carried all the loot." And some people online felt that this was a direct call out to the player's experience, because if we think about it, and if we're honest with ourselves here, right? A moment of reflection. No matter what class you play, I think on everyone's first playthrough, in like any video game, but especially an open world video game like Skyrim, you could be the stealthiest rogue in the world, and you will probably on your first playthrough have about 300 torches in your inventory that you collected, or linen cloths, and not even know it. And probably have even given your followers so much loot and things to carry that you've forgotten you even owned.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Anyway, back to the play. The backstabbing ensues, and only one of the characters from the party carries off with the loot. I rated it 3.5 stars. Then we have King Olaf's Verse by Anonymous. This is the slanderous book about Olaf, King Olaf, that we talked about in part 1. As a refresher, because I'm sure there was so much to retain from that first video, this poem accuses King Olaf One-Eye of being a tyrant who lied about capturing the dragon Numinex. Though this book says it was written by Anonymous, we actually learn that it was written by a character named Zvaknir. And fun fact, this book is the primary reason that the City of Solitude continues its annual tradition of burning Olaf's effigy during the Festival of Lights. I bet you didn't know that. Or maybe you do if you played the Bard's College questline, because this book is entirely tied to that. This book is specifically part of the Tending the Flames quest, and if you complete this quest, you can actually be part of the Burning of Olaf celebration, which is sort of like a Burning Man in Skyrim, I would imagine. I've never gone. Obviously, I play video games instead. The book actually has scribbled out lines, which is pretty cool, where the text was lost or censored. And just to read a little bit of this infamous book. "So ends the story of Olaf, the liar, a thief and a scoundrel we of Solitude commit to the fire. In Solitude, bards train for their service. They also gather each year and burn a king who deserves it." So you can understand why King Olaf was not a fan of Zvaknir and why this book was so controversial. But so I ask you, do you think King Olaf was a liar, or do you think Zvaknir was a liar? Which one was more ambitious, legacy driven, or were they both? Did King Olaf actually do what he said, or did he just do a little bit of it and exaggerate? Did Zvaknir actually tell the truth about King Olaf, or was he exaggerating a little bit of his faults to also make a name for himself through controversy? You could even argue that Zvaknir actually did King Olaf a favor, because some—
I feel like Daryl David Goggins right now. The fuck was that? I feel like Daryl David Goggins.
Something I was thinking about while I was in Scotland, which is where I was in between filming these 2 videos and learning about some real medieval history, is that a lot of the most famous people that we talk about and remember and know are the most infamous people, the ones with the most controversy, which is something to say considering that Zvaknir added a lot of slander to King Olaf's name, bringing him into controversy but making him more talked about, possibly even building his legacy bigger because of the negative attention. You know, people build careers off of negative press and attention, so I'm getting real far into that. Anyway, moving along, both of these characters can actually be found in Sovngarde, which is a place that you can go to in Skyrim, and it's a place for people who died heroically. So I do want to point out that Sovngarde is not a place for people who are necessarily good or bad. I did do some more digging about this book, and I found on an online forum that there is discussion about the Olaf that we meet in Sovngarde versus the Olaf that we meet if you play the questline involving this book. And they talked about how the Olaf we meet in Sovngarde is magnanimous and actually seems to like the bard Svaknir. But the Olaf that we meet in Deadman's Respite, which is the location and part of the questline for this book, is capable of using weapons and the voice, but has nothing but contempt for anyone or anything, especially Svaknir. Which makes me wonder if this was just an oversight, or if this is actually building something bigger narratively about spirits and the afterlife in the Elder Scrolls lore. If we think about ghosts, which is something I also did in Scotland, I stayed in an apparent haunted house. It makes me wonder if this is just building a bigger narrative about the ghosts in Skyrim and the afterlife, because in part 1 we talked about, you know, what is a soul in Nirn, in the Elder Scrolls? And we don't really know much. We just know they're an energy source. What if the Olaf in Sovngarde is just a fraction of the whole Olaf, right? The heroic fraction of him gets to live in Sovngarde, but the resentful one lives in Deadman's Respite. You know, maybe it's all fractured. It's something to consider.
Is the Diddy free?
Anyway, I rated this 4 stars. Then we have The Legend of the Crately House by Balith Cool, another play by Balith Cool, but this play is about 2 thieves who break into the famous Crately House in Cheydon Hall,
Who gets out first, YNW Melly or K Flock?
which is actually a location you can visit in Oblivion. I'll talk more about that in a second. The thieves believe that they can calculate a perfect score by robbing ghosts who supposedly can't see or hear them. This play does follow a similar horror twist formula that Balith Cool wrote in his last play, which is something that I like because it does sort of show consistency with the in-game authors. And like I said, you can actually visit this house in Oblivion, but it's not called the Crately House. It's actually the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood. And I actually do remember going through this house when I was a kid playing Oblivion and being quite spooked. Anyway, the play itself, this book itself, I rated it 3 stars. Then we have Love Poem by Calcimo. We have a love poem. This poem is supposedly written by our Dwemer and Falmer expert, Calcimo.
You idiot! You even know who I am?
This poem itself is involved in a really sweet side quest in Skyrim. In the game, you can actually work as like a little matchmaker, a little dragonborn Cupid shooting little love arrows. If you go to the Temple of Mara, you can get a quest to help 3 people find love, and Calcimo is one of them. Spoiler.
Beat
Which-
Skyrim?
I don't even know why I'm saying that. If you're watching this video and you've made it to this part, just assume that there will be spoilers. Calcimo has a crush on Faelene, who is the housecarl in Markarth. She's indifferent, but if you speak to Ingvar, a bard in Markarth and who is also a friend to Faelene, he will write a poem for her saying it's written by Calcimo. So it's a bit of like a deceptive poem. There's some trickery in this love story, but aren't all good love stories involved in some type of deception? I don't actually know that. Is that true? Romeo and Juliet, deception. The Notebook, slight deception. Oh, Love Island. Have you ever seen that? All of that's trickery. And there's been some real cute couples that have come out of that show. It's interesting to talk about Love Island in a Skyrim video. Feels like 2 very separate worlds. If you deliver this letter to Faelene, she'll actually be quite moved by it and will wish to confess her feelings for Calcimo. But depending on whether you play the Civil War questline in Skyrim, Faelene might actually move to Solitude. And so the timing of this quest does sort of shift things a little bit, because if she is in Solitude, Calcimo will actually run all the way over there to speak with her and for them to confess their love, which is even more of a romantic outcome because I researched this. Calcimo will actually run all the way there. He will take several in-game hours to reach her just so they can confess their feelings for each other, which is so romantic. I'm also actually impressed by the poem itself, since it is written by Ingvar and he is actually a bard, and the poem is actually one of the better poems I've read. And considering that he did study this, it's nice that the devs did take a little bit extra time to write, in my opinion, a more well-crafted poem. And also I like that because Ingvar is a Nord, He used imagery that he knows, such as like stones and cold weather, very Nordic, whereas Calcimo is a high elf who is a mage and studies Falmer and Dwemer, and should he have written the poem, or if he did write the poem, it probably would have used imagery that was related to like darkness and light and conjuring. The poem itself has a harder rhyme scheme as well. It's a little bit more complex in its nature. So just a nice touch overall from the devs, and I liked the effort here, especially considering that it was written by an actual bard. I rated this 5 stars. And then we get to the book that you all have been waiting for. I think we all know. I think you know. It's the most liked comment on part 1. Say it first.
Bro, it's so obvious. It's obviously the... I obviously know, but do you know?
The Lusty Argonian Maid by Crassius Curio. We made it. Possibly. When I first wrote this script and took notes, I didn't have much to say about the Lusty Argonian Maid, but I listened to your comments, or I read your comments. I heard what you guys had to say, and I said, no, I need to dive deeper into this book. There are 2 volumes of this series, and it's salacious. To be honest though, the real Baron Zaya is more graphic than this, especially the uncensored version that you can read or find online. That one is way more crazy. Like, there's not even a comparison between those 2 books. It's like apples to oranges. And this is technically a play. That's right. You can even reenact this if you want. A fun bedroom activity, maybe. This book goes all the way back to the Morrowind game, and in that game, the only way to actually find this book is on the body of the author, Crassius Curio. You can actually obviously meet him, and he is quite the character. However, in Skyrim, this book actually features 2 volumes, which the 2nd volume was actually added in the game Skyrim. So I assume that they listened to you guys, they were in the forums, and they gave you what you wanted. From my understanding, the story of the Lusty Argonian Maid is apparently just passed down folktales condensed into a play, or a sort of play. This book can also be found in Helga's room in Riften, though that is the most tame part. But okay, so what's the story of this play? I know you're dying to know, the few who probably have not read that book. Well, to summarize it, it really is just 2 people polishing spears and baking bread. When I was thinking about what to rate this, I gave it a lot of thought, and I decided to rate it 4 stars because while I might have initially thought it was 2.5 stars, I'm afraid of you guys. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I actually rated it 2.5 stars. And I'm sorry. Then we have Ode to the Tundra Striders by Anonymous. This is an ode, but to the mammoths and the giants in Skyrim. I love that we get a poem about them instead of just like an instruction manual, considering that they are newly added creatures in the Elder Scrolls. And when we first see them, when this game first came out, was quite a moment. Like, they're just such cool creatures. They're so large and they deserve an ode. And for the record, an ode is like a celebratory poem. This one is about a giant and their mammoth companion walking side by side and even snuggling together. It's written very graciously and paints them to be very noble and actually quite friendly. I rated this 4 stars. Then we have The Pirate King of Abakian by Velek Sane, a violent poem about Velek Sane. All right, he's a literate pirate who wrote a poem about himself. We love hubris. It's a poetic warning about him coming to kill you, so watch out. The rhyme scheme is there loosely. It's sort of a chaotic poem, which I think fits the nature of Velek Sane, but I'll just read you a little bit of it. Poke out your eyes, lad, pour lead in your ears. Those sails portend madness, dark horror and fear. Abandon your lasses, your ship and your gold. Blood on the water, Velek this way comes. Not too bad, actually. Reading it again, I'm a little bit like, all right, Velek, quite the poet here, quite the sensitive, tortured artist, I suppose. You can actually meet him in the game as part of a quest in the College of Winterhold, and maybe if you do choose to meet him, you can get his autograph, and maybe he can write it in your blood. Isn't that sweet? I rated this 2.5 stars. Then we have Power of the Elements by Anonymous. This is a quest book that can only be obtained once you reach level 90 in Destruction Magic and speak to Feralda at the College of Winterhold. You know, we don't get many books in the game that are gatekept like this, so it does make it unique. It's also entirely a riddle to help your character solve a puzzle for the quest that this book is involved in. The quest is called Destruction Ritual Spell, and actually as you complete more of the quest, the text is slowly revealed to you over time, which I think is kind of cool. This is the first time we've encountered a book like this, so that's nice. It does feel like a magical book. Also, the cover of this book is the symbol of the Mages Guild in Cyrodiil from the Oblivion game, which is like a nice little throwback. I rated this 3 stars because I think it's a good piece of environmental storytelling, and I do like that it's a little bit more involved, and there is a game mechanic that is included in this book, which allows the text to be slowly revealed as you progress.
I found the part 1. Unless the Argonian maid really like that.
Through the quest. We then get our first book of riddles,
really weird.
which is exciting. We have the Red Book of Riddles by Anonymous. This book is for the socially aspiring person of Tamriel who might fear being outshined in conversation. It presents riddles that purely rely on puns, and I solved 0 of them. But more interesting than that, there's actually an Imperial Library Discord community online that has a monthly challenge where fans take a piece of in-game text and give it a non-standard reimagining. For example, they gave us the Book of Orange Riddles. That's right, we have a super secret book. But before that, I rated the Red Book of Riddles 2.5 stars. I didn't think the riddles were that good. Or maybe I'm salty because I couldn't solve them. Maybe they were too good. Okay, 3 stars. I won't be bitter. But we have the Book of Orange Riddles by the fans. This is my secret Skyrim book that I didn't include in my number count because this is a form of deception. Like the love poems, this is my love deception for you, the audience. Every riddle in this book has the same answer, and I will let you figure it out for yourself. In fact, I'll give you a chance to solve it right now, in this moment. On the first page, exquisitely inked, is the following text. I am a citrus. Good job! The answer is orange. I'll give you another one. In matters of alchemy, I may be used to fight fatigue, detect the living, burden the enemy, and shield the ally.
Turquoise.
What am I? An orange. I rated this 5 stars, and I solved all of them. Then we have The Secret of Ragnvald by Anonymous. This is a poem about 2 heroes who trap the insane dragon priest Otar the Mad. This serves as lore for the Ragnvald Ruin, where players must defeat Otar by finding 2 keys held by the hero's spirits. There's a staccato style to this. It's very Nordic in my opinion. It's sort of rallying and drum-like, which makes it fun to read. But this is another secret book. Aha, I've tricked you again. This book was actually cut from the game. It's still in the game files, and to get it, you have to use a cheat or go to the cutting room.
Oh my days.
floor of Skyrim. Anyway, I rated it 2.5 stars. Then we have Song of Horrormere by Anonymous. This is an epic poem about Horrormere, a Nordic hero, as he defies the Daedric prince Nocturnal with clever wit. Now, I first want to point out that Daedra princes are technically genderless in the Elder Scrolls lore, but throughout the books, you will see that there are genders given to them and they change. For example, in this epic poem, Nocturnal is female or presenting as female in this book, but that's not necessarily what Nocturnal is, because apparently they just don't have a gender. They're just spirits and they take on forms and shapes depending on what their motivation is, I guess. That's at least what I read online. It does change depending on what you're reading. I do like this line about Nocturnal. It goes, "Her hideous face forced the moons to hide themselves." Oof, imagine being told that by the person you like. This is a clever poem because Horrormere makes a promise with Nocturnal to save his friend. He offers his own soul to her, and she agrees and makes him her champion. And Horrormere makes a series of very specific promises. He promises to turn back on the truth. He then promises to help her sons, the Dark Kings, divide their inheritance evenly. And then he promises to love Nocturnal and think she is beautiful. He deceives her by taking these promises very literally. He loved her and found her beautiful by sleeping with her a lot. And he divided the Dark Kings by literally cutting them into pieces. That's how he divided the inheritance. And he turned his back on the truth by being a complete trickster, by finding the loopholes to all of his promises. Also, fun little fact, Nocturnal in the story is presented as a hag, and in Oblivion, when this book was actually first introduced, we didn't have those creatures yet, but in Skyrim, we have hag ravens. Also, Horrormere first declines to help his friend when he finds out that his friend is in danger, because he's on a quest to drink 12 flagons of mead in 1 hour, and then to bed 4 wenches twice each, which is very Nordic of him. I rated this 5 stars. I thought it was super entertaining. I really like this one. We then have Song of the Askelid Men by Athenian monks at Old Anthel. This is an old Nord poem from the 3rd era, and Skyrim, for the record, takes place in the 4th era. It's told from the perspective of a dead Falmer ghost watching his Nord killers celebrate after slaughtering the rest of his kind. I actually really like this poem. I like the concept of it too, the perspective of the Falmer watching this. And I like the ending of the poem because the ghost cries out in anguish, and one of the Nordic men actually then sees him and casts a shout, which then finally sends the ghost to peace. I thought that was just really sweet because even though they had their differences, I do like the idea that the Nord man who killed him and his friends or his people did still want him to find peace in the afterlife. I gave this 4 stars. We then have Songs of Skyrim by Various, not Anonymous. Various. What a lovely word. I actually would be such a good name. Various. Anonymous. Both would be lovely names. Missed opportunity. This collection is curated by Gerard Germain of the Bard's College, and it's a book about all the bardic songs you can hear in-game, which is fun. You can sing along to them. I rated this 4 stars for the variety and a fun sing-along opportunity. We then have, and I wonder if you even know this book exists, only the true Skyrim fans will know of this book, The Sultry Argonian Bard by Elia Erdane. That's right, we get a continuation of the lusty Argonian maid, sort of. This is actually part of the Dawnguard DLC, and there's only 1 copy of this book in the entire game. It's obviously a parody of the lusty Argonian maid, which is amazing. Clearly the devs are in the forums, and they heard you. You lusted, and they answered. The author is different from the lusty Argonian maid. Our author for that was Crassius Curio, and our author for this is Elia Erdane. Maybe she was a fan. Maybe it was sort of like a Twilight 50 Shades of Grey situation. And for those who don't know, 50 Shades of Grey, the author E.L. James, I believe, I think that's her alias, she was a fan of Twilight and wrote a fan fiction about Bella and Edward, and then that became 50 Shades of Grey. Someone actually commented on a forum about this book that it's actually like 50 Shades of Greybeards, which is the official review of this book. I rated it 3 stars. The Third Door by Aninar Orme. This book is about a woman scorned. She falls for a man who does not love her back and admits that he loves another woman, which was stupid of him because the woman that he doesn't love finds the woman that he does love and then kidnaps her. She then makes a deal with Sheogorath and Mephala, the Daedra princes, and creates this torturous plan, which I just want to say I love the mention of Sheogorath. I missed him. She has the woman that the man loves choose between 3 doors to find him. She picks one and finds only the top half of him. It's written in basic rhyme scheme and in AABBCCDD. It was fun to read though. However, the twisted reveal was a little bit hard to follow at first, so I rated it 3 stars. Then for our final book of this section, we end on another book of riddles, The Yellow Book of Riddles by Anonymous. And once again, I got 0 out of 3 right. I did like this one more than the Red Book of Riddles, but nothing compares to the Orange Book of Riddles. I rated this 3.5 stars. And that was our last book of this section, which is really nice. Not that it's the last book, but this section was really nice. If you're coming from part 1, then you would know how intense the history section that we ended with was. And so stepping into something lighter and nice and easier to follow, I wish there were more, to be honest. I had so much fun reading this section. I think they provided a lot of highlights for the lore as well, but more on that later. Part 9, Fiction. Possibly my favorite section in the entire series. Also, the second largest section of the entire series, but nothing beats the history section. There are 64 fiction books in Skyrim, and we're starting off with actually a pretty strong story. Our first one is The Adventures of Eslaf Errol by Revan, which you'll come to learn that in this book, everything is spelled backwards. So for example, if you read Eslaf Errol by Revan, it's actually False Lore by Never, and that's a common theme in this book. So all the names are weird and unpronounceable at a certain point. And I know I can't pronounce any name, but these are really unpronounceable. This is actually a 4-volume fictional series, and the book follows the life of Eslaf, or False, but we're gonna call him Eslaf, on his journey from poverty to reclaiming the kingdom of Errolgard. Volume 1 is called Beggar, and this is a funny little satirical story. It mocks Nordic tradition and the shared cruelty of life in Skyrim. It starts with King Utulaf, which is technically King Faulty, who decides to follow his wife to the grave, but not before dividing his estate and assets among his favorite children. He gives his title to Yenoph, which is phony, and his land to Laernu, which is unreal, his fortune to Suobud, which is dubious, and his army to Lekifitra, which is artificial. But his youngest son, Eslaf, is forgotten about until the king's very final moments of life. Quite literally bleeding out and irritable, he gifts his final son nothing but the permission to take. Eslaf is raised by Drusva, which is absurd. Not the name, that's her name spelled backwards. A nurse so shy that she literally runs away anytime Eslaf tries to ask her a question. So in order for him to actually get an answer, he becomes a world-class sprinter. This is also a skill book for pickpocketing. Then we get volume 2 called Thief. This is not as good as Beggar in my opinion. It's not as funny, but it's still entertaining. Eslaf tracks down the richest man in the world, which is his brother Soabed. Eslaf decides that he wants to be a thief in order to achieve anything, in order to live any kind of life. And he decides, if you're gonna be a thief, why not rob the richest man? He learns that to actually be a good thief, you need to be good at falling out of windows or jumping out of them, which is actually kind of true. This book is essentially a guide for how to be a good thief. This is also a skill book for pickpocketing, and the main plot of this entire volume is really just about Eslaf learning how to fall out of windows. Volume 3 is called Warrior, and it's still not as good as Beggar, but we do finally get to meet Soabed, his brother, and we learn that having a vast fortune has made him a paranoid, lonely shut-in. We do get some Jazbay lore and mention. We learn that it's a sought-after alchemical ingredient from Eastmarch, and Soabed is trying to monopolize it and profit from it. Eslaf and his brother do meet, though they don't recognize each other, and they fight physically. They are horrible at it. They're so bad that they essentially are just dancing around each other, and this is actually a skill book for blocking. But Eslaf is still the better of the two, and he escapes, and with a precious gem. And then we have our final volume, volume 4, which is called King. This is actually a really good ending to our series, and it also revived the humor from the first book. Esloff flees to the Sea of Ghosts with an apple-sized gem that he stole from his brother, and he tries to trade it for a beer or an ale, but is intercepted by his sister Lykefitra. Artificial, whatever. They make a bargain, and he actually ends up becoming the employer of her army. He's quite the smooth talker. He ends up wandering back to Errolgard and finds that the kingdom is in decay and decides to do what he does best, which is burgle the palace. He finds King Yanof, or King Phony, who actually hates being king so much that he practically asks Esloff to rob his kingdom, rob it from him. And since they are brothers, upon first seeing each other, they discover that they actually look like twins. And so they just simply swap places. The series ends on a note that the siblings given something were all miserable, but Esloff, given nothing but the permission to take, actually becomes the most capable. This is also a skill book for two-handedness. Online, someone mentioned that the series is an illustration or a satire on the concept of enantiomorph, which is, in summary, the mirror image of something. Overall, I actually rated this 5 stars. It was genuinely very entertaining to read. And if you're gonna read any Skyrim book, I would say this is one of the ones worth reading for sure. Our next book is Ancient Tales of the Dwemer by Merobar Sol. This is a fictional, incomplete record of book fragments split into 7 separate volumes. Only a handful of them are skill books. The 3rd book is a skill book for one-handedness, the 4th is for alchemy, and the 5th is for heavy armor. Also, do you guys remember Gore Fellum? If you do, kudos to you. Gore Fellum was mentioned in our histories and lore section. He wrote the book Dwemer History and Culture, except he also went by another alias. Again, it's kind of his thing. He went by Esfat Antibolus for that book, and he is known as the guy who writes fabricated and false stories about the Dwemer. Now, in the 1st volume of this series, we get a publisher's note from the University of Gwillem Press stating that Merobar Sol, the author of this book, is actually an alias for Gore Fellum, and because of this, we have to take everything written in this book with a grain of salt. There are publisher's notes all throughout this series. After every volume, it dismisses all the names and information as false. It does feel like reading angry comments at times, which is kind of funny. These stories are unrelated to one another, except that they are loosely based around the Dwemer. And by loosely, I mean they are just Dunmer, Argonian, and Ashlander myths with dwarven names slapped on them, according to the publisher. The story for most of them roughly follows the same formula. A character faces a threat and they use logic, physics, or observation rather than brute force to win. The 4th volume is actually a poem, unlike the others, which are prose. The 4th might be my favorite of the whole series because it is just so playful. It talks about 2 alchemists vying for a spot to work for the king. One of them brews ingredients that he confuses for something else because the light from the glass ceiling changes their hue. The ultimate lesson from that is that perspective can flaw logic. Also, we get this note from the publisher which says, "The final joke that the stupid alchemist invents a potion to make himself smarter by pure accident would have appealed to the anti-intellectualism of audiences in the interregnum period, but would certainly be rejected by the Dwemer," which I thought was a lot of words, but also some cool world building, and I do love that our publisher has a voice. The 5th book might be one of only 2 volumes in this series with actual Dwemer origins. In it, we learn that the Dwemer might have been the first race to wear heavy armor, which I think is a pretty cool detail. We also hear about this concept called the Calling, which the Sigic Order suggests they too hear in some form. Also, golems. We get golems. I mean, we don't get them, but we get a mention of them. The 7th volume might also be the other story with real Dwemer origins. It addresses the fundamental conflict between Dwemer reason and Daedric divinity. In the Elder Scrolls lore, the Dwemer didn't believe in gods. They viewed the Aedra and Daedra as earth bones, or powerful entities to be studied and harnessed like steam or lightning, which I think is a pretty cool perspective. It also suggests that the Dwemer vanished because they offended the gods, which yeah, if they didn't view them as gods, that definitely would be an offense. All of these books were originally from the Morrowind game. While the information is fabricated and mostly false, I did rate this book 4.5 stars because I love the commentary I love the conflicting information we get, also the additional information we get. I think the stories were also interesting, even if they weren't technically Dwemer stories. Then we have the Argonian account by Wulfen Jarth. This series consists of 4 books. It is a satirical account of imperial colonialism and bureaucracy. We follow a character named Scotty. Scotty is a clerk on a quest to fix a failed trade deal in Blackmarsh. However, the moral of the story is that the Imperials fundamentally misunderstand how the land works. In many ways, Blackmarsh is a character and likely the true protagonist of the story. The book paints Blackmarsh so wonderfully horrific but intriguing and beautiful. This book adds so much to the world building, and I think it really is a great way to expand beyond what we are given in the Elder Scrolls games. I know in ESO it expands more, but I do feel like it's a bit watered down in any online game, of course. Scotty is a very likable underdog, even though he's kind of a selfish capitalist. The story is funny and easy to follow. It's a great way to get a good idea of what the world looks like outside of Skyrim, and I think it's written pretty well. I was thoroughly entertained throughout it, and I really did feel for Scotty. I feel like because he's sort of unlikable, all the bad things that happen to him make him likable. Like I said, he's the underdog. Here's a good quote to describe Blackmarsh. Scotty figured that soon enough he would be dead, and that would be better than being in Blackmarsh. I gave this 4 stars. Then we have The Beggar Prince by Anonymous, and I feel like out of every book in the game, I would come across this one the most. And when I looked up all of its locations in the game, I realized why I felt that way, because there are so many. And before I started reading this book, I wondered why. Even while playing, I always wondered why this book specifically. I always just assumed it was random, but this short story is actually pretty good, and I do wonder if the devs were trying to get any person to read it because of the effort and maybe pride that they have with this story. Maybe. This book actually originated in the Oblivion game, where the Thieves Guild is one of the primary factions. I would say it's one of the more noteworthy, more important, more central factions out of all the other ones. This book ties into the lore of the beggars being the best information brokers, proving there's so much more to them than meets the eye. The story is also built fantastically on irony. Weedle, a prince who is the 13th in line to the throne in Valenwood, wants to make a name for himself that will live through the ages. Ultimately, Weedle does get his wish. He becomes a prince, but only a prince of the wretched and sickly. He makes a deal with the Daedric Lord Namira, the Lady of Disease and Decay. She grants him quite literally disgusting gifts. He gains fame and fortune, but he has to trade his literal skin and his social status to get it. He is so grotesque looking that people pity him and feel sorry and do just give him gold. They also overlook him sometimes, and this is sort of where it ties in that the beggars are so overlooked that people don't really pay attention when they're saying things around them, and that's how they're able to get a bunch of information. I think it is truly a really wonderful short story. I rated this 5 stars. Then we have The Black Arrow by Gorgic Gwyn. This series consists of 2 books. To be honest though, the only part you need to know or is worth talking about is a trick shot where an arrow is fired through a keyhole to assassinate a duchess. The rest of the story was not very interesting, but that part was pretty cool. I gave it 2 stars. Then we have Breathing Water by Heliel Merm. Heliel Merm. And I want to get this name right because I loved this story. I love this story so much. If you want to read it, go and read it now before I talk about it, because I will be spoiling the ending in talking about it. This is a story about irony. As you will come to learn, so many Skyrim fiction stories are built on irony and a very similar formula. But maybe because I read this one first, it landed better with me. Anyway, this story follows a boy who wishes to learn how to breathe underwater, or to breathe water itself. He masters the spell and sets a goal to swim down to find lost treasure from a sunken ship. He successfully reaches the wreck, but while he is down there, he spends too much time picking out which treasure to bring up. He finds a locked box and discovers the key on the body of a sailor. He realizes the sailor was trying to reach that box even as the ship was sinking, thinking that this must contain something special, important, worth a lot of gold. He opens it only to find a flask. He finds this funny, assuming the sailor just wanted to have a last drink before he died. But this realization distracts him, causing his spell to fail, and he begins to drown. When his body eventually floats to the surface, it's found by other dock workers who are used to seeing this sort of thing. But what they find strange is that he was clutching a potion of water breathing in his hand the entire time. I also love this line from the book. There is a character in the story, Saren, who teaches him how to water breathe masterfully. And she says, "But the spells of alteration are all about uncommon sense, the infinite possibilities. Breaking the sky, swallowing space, dancing with time, setting ice on fire, believing that the unreal may become real. You must learn the rules of the cosmos and then break them." This is a skill book for alteration. I rated this 5 stars. Obviously, I loved this story. I think it's a really good short story with wonderfully interesting characters and well-developed characters for such a short story. It has sharp dialogue and a killer ending. Then we have The Cabin in the Woods by Mogan, son of Molag. This is our technical first horror story, like a genuine first horror story. We've had a horror play, but this is our first horror fiction. Someone actually said online that this was the first book they ever read in the game, and they read it while in a cabin in the game, and it genuinely spooked them. The plot follows a battle-worn soldier who is relentlessly stalked through a forest by a sobbing, ghostly woman wielding an axe. Although he eventually manages to barricade himself in a cabin and seemingly destroys the spirit using magic, the victory is short-lived. As he finally emerges from the woods, he hears her haunting cries following him once again, suggesting that he hasn't escaped at all. I rated this 3 stars. I don't know if I found it the most scary, but I feel like if this was the first book you ever read and you were reading it at night in Skyrim in your room while it was night in real life, maybe it would be a bit spooky. I could definitely see that. And also, if this is the first book you've read, it's a pretty decent story to read, and it's like pretty short. It's not very long at all. Then we have The Cake and the Diamond by Athen Muendil. This is another book
Mm. Age belongs to the streets. We drinking and driving, bruh. We drinking and driving all summer. Shut up, Aubrey. Oh, I don't like this song anymore, bro. Aubrey. I don't really like this guy. Which one? I'm calling my ops. He hid in the yams. Okay. Okay, nah. I take that shit back. That shit ass, bro. That shit so ass, bro. Aubrey shitted, bro. This nigga got Siri on the song. Nope. I'm about to delete this on my playlist. WNBA. We in the we in the W. We in the W. Aubrey. Aubrey. What? This nigga gay. Nothing wrong with that. But what did he say? Can this shit load? Hmm. Oh. Simple mix up. Simple mix up. What is this? What type of pull is this? Said you belong to the streets, but the streets belong to me. Feels like home to me. Aubrey, bro. Oh my god. What? Oh, we're like Vancouver or Toronto. Aubrey. Fuck. Dang. Yes. What? Yes. Yes. Aubrey, man. Oh my god. Bro. Aubrey. Sexy red. Every time. Every time. Hold up, I gotta put a VOD to render. bro. What the fuck? You wrong, bro. My grandpa is out here trying to stand up, bro. He was like, I walk in the house, he's screaming. He's like, I'm on the floor. Nigga, Drake, shut up. Get off the floor. This nigga said, I tried to get up and make a meal, bro. This nigga had a stroke 7 years ago, bro. This nigga's bugging. Who's bugging? Jack, you better hurt himself. Skyrim books. Happy Friday.
Book from Morrowind, and it is a story that follows a Dunmer
Hold
who
on,
has stolen
more
a
of this.
massive diamond. He and his
I need to watch this whole.
friends are essentially low-level criminals looking to turn a profit. Brought an alchemist in a cabin but the spells of alteration are all about uncommon sense, the infinite possibilities, breaking the sky, swallowing space, dancing with time, setting ice on fire, believing that the unreal may become real. You must learn the rules of the cosmos and then break them. This is a skill book for alteration. I rated this 5 stars. Obviously, I loved this story. I think it's a really good short story with wonderfully interesting characters and well-developed characters for such a short story. It has sharp dialogue and a killer ending. Then we have The Cabin in the Woods by Mogan, son of Molag. This is our technical first horror story, like a genuine first horror story. We've had a horror play, but this is our first horror fiction. Someone actually said online that this was the first book they ever read in the game, and they read it while in a cabin in the game, and it genuinely spooked them. The plot follows a battle-worn soldier.
I can't. My grandpa. He's trying to stand, bro. To this day.
Who is relentlessly stalked through a forest by a sobbing, ghostly woman wielding an axe. Although he eventually manages to barricade
Like, I don't know if he's trying to make 89, bro. Like, he just be trying to walk it.
himself in a cabin and seemingly destroys the spirit using magic, the victory is short-lived. As he finally emerges from the woods, he hears her haunting cries following him once again, suggesting that he hasn't escaped at all. I rated this 3 stars. I don't know if I found it the most scary, but I feel like if this was the first book you ever read and you were reading it at night in Skyrim in your room while it was night in real life, maybe it would be a bit spooky. I could definitely see that. And also, if this is the first book you've read, it's a pretty decent story to read, and it's like pretty short. It's not very long at all. Then we have The Cake and the Diamond by Athen Muendil. This is another book from Morrowind, and it is a story that follows a Dunmer who has stolen a massive diamond. He and his friends are essentially low-level criminals looking to turn a profit. An alchemist offers to turn the diamond into potions of invisibility. She claims that because she works by hand and skill rather than the Mages Guild's scientific methods, she can leave a portion of the diamond intact as her payment. To prove her trustworthiness, she presents 2 small cakes and a silver knife. She suggests a fair test. Odiad, one of our characters, one of our thieves, will cut a cake in half, and she will eat one piece and he will eat the other. This is meant to prove that the cakes aren't poisoned and that the invisibility actually works. But in reality, she didn't put the diamond dust, the active alchemical ingredient for invisibility, into the cake at all. Instead, she coated only one side of the knife blade with it. She ate the piece that touched the coated side, turned invisible, and then snuck off with the diamond. I feel like this one wasn't as interesting compared to the other ones, so I just gave it 3 stars. We then have Chance's Folly by Zilmok.
Oh, she gave the other one 3.5.
Golg. This is about a master thief known by the alias Chance, who decides to graduate from robbing shops to looting a legendary tomb.
I low-key need a might have. Okay, my bad. I have to count.
In the game Morrowind, you can actually find this tomb and see the aftermath of the ending of this book. Seeking a bodyguard, Chance recruits a mad Breton warrior named Ulster. He is dismissed by society as an eccentric who listens to voices in his head. When Chance finds the gold, she immediately prepares to kill or abandon Ulster. However, as she steps into the treasure room, the door shuts behind her, and because it is a magical one-way door, it appears as a solid wall from the inside, trapping her forever. It turns out Ulster wasn't actually insane, sort of. He was in communion with Sheogorath, who, by the way, is the Daedric Prince of Madness. Ulster plotted this pretty much with Sheogorath.
Yes,
I rated this 3 stars. We then have
That's
A Dance
from
in
the-
Fire by Woofin Jarth. This
Like the Dawnguard DLC. Okay, nah, I don't know, ball. I had to pick. I do.
is by the same author who wrote the Argonian account. Apparently, this book is a prequel to the Argonian account because our favorite capitalist underdog, Scotty, is back. This is also a series divided into 7 books. This is essentially another fish out of water tale. Our Scotty is a man of the city. He likes clean clothes, precise contracts, and 4 meals a day. When his firm, the Atreus Building Commission, begins to fail, he heads to Valenwood to take advantage of the 5-year war between the Bosmer, also known as the Wood Elves, and the Khajiit. A lot of fans actually love this book because of the world building regarding Valenwood. The charm of Wolfenjarth's work is his character Scotty and the insane circumstances he gets into. For example, waking up to the sensation of being kissed, only to open his eyes and find an insect is eating him alive. The descriptions of Valenwood are beautiful too. I totally understand why this is a fan favorite. I think it does bring a lot of excitement, or cause a lot of excitement, for potentially seeing the Elder Scrolls world expanded in a future video game. The plot itself isn't the most interesting, which makes it does feel slow at times for me, but Scotty is always a good time to read about. I think Scotty is really what makes Wolfenjarth's series to be the most interesting, as well as the location. The plot itself is really not the most interesting, but I think that's kind of the point. Anyway, I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we have The Death of a Wanderer by Anonymous. This story is about an unnamed narrator sitting by the deathbed of their old Argonian friend. While sorting through their friend's possessions, the narrator finds a carved claw. The claw described in this book has symbols of a bear, an owl, and some kind of insect. That's right, this is about the Golden Claw, which is part of the first main quest you ever do if you play Skyrim. We all know Bleak Falls Barrow. The friend in the story realizes the symbols on the key are actually like sanity checks, designed to be solved only by the living, which means the doors in Bleak Falls Barrow weren't built to keep thieves out, but rather to keep the Draugr in, which really does add a nice bit
Make sure you join the Cord. You don't miss exclusive streams.
of world building regarding this claw and the Draugr creatures.
I was streaming earlier, like, to 3. It was like
And our first main quest. I did like that the key was given a backstory and a reason for its existence rather than just adding an extra step for your character to go through or for the player to go through. Like, I do like that there is a little bit of lore. I actually rated this 3 stars. Then we have The Exodus by Woofin Jarth. This is another story by Woofin Jarth, and it feels very Stephen King. It's possibly our second horror story. I would say this is like Pet Sematary meets Skyrim, and I would also say Woofin Jarth is a very talented writer. The plot follows 2 desperate parents who take their dying daughter to a secret island of friendly necromancers hoping for a miracle cure. The necromancers actually seem like very nice people. They live on this abandoned island which experienced a lot of death, and they simply live there because there are plenty of dead bodies to practice on. Our group of necromancers consists of a woman, a younger man, and an old man. The necromancers tell the parents that their own son died at the age of 6 and they revived him as well, basically empathizing and saying that they've been through what these current parents are going through. When the parents ask the necromancers where their son is now, the necromancers nod to the wrinkled old man. When understanding dawns on the parents, by then it's too late because the necromancers have already killed their daughter only to revive her into a child corpse. The book ends with the sound of their daughter's footsteps coming toward them, sounding creepy and old. This is also a skill book for restoration, and I rated this story 5 stars. Our next story is Fae Foken by Woofin Jarth, who is almost as booked and busy as Anonymous. This series is divided into 3 books and even features a mention of Venus Galerian. Remember him from the very beginning of part 1? He was mentioned in our biography section. He was the dude who went to the Sijic order. He was like super talented. His father was illiterate and he was illiterate, but they learned how to read and his mom betrayed them. I cannot believe I remembered that from memory. It's told as a story being told by a great sage to 2 of his pupils, serving as a lesson to them about magic. In book 1, a 6th scribe named Thorbad writes bulletins for the Temple of Ariel. It's really his main access to the world too, because he is a bit of a hermit since he is sick. This book also establishes that back in the 2nd era, the Mages Guild had automated enchanting stations where any person could pay to create a super powerful item without needing any actual skill. This was actually created by Venus Galerian, which is kind of cool. It's nice to see characters from across other books be brought in, be folded into the mix. Thorbad tries to impress his boss, who is a bit cold and mean, by enchanting a quill. He enchants his quill with a Daedric soul called Fae Foken, or named Fae Foken, and this is where book 1 ends. We start book 2 with Thorbad's enchanted quill working too well. The bulletins he begins to write become so beautiful and poetic that the whole city starts actually weeping. He becomes quite famous from this, and our people are lining up to read his bulletins, and his boss, Alfiers, actually quits in shame. Thorbad finally becomes famous and rich, but he realizes he has lost control when he tries to scribble word vomit on a piece of parchment, and the quill automatically transforms it into high-level poetry. Then we get to book 3, where Thorbad thinks he is free after he literally breaks the quill in half and then throws it away. But every time he tries to write something honest with a regular plain quill, Fae Foken continues to autocorrect it, because when he broke the quill, he didn't break the curse or the spell. Fae Foken now follows him around regardless, and he begins to solely mess with Thorbad. The ending is very dark, but I think very fitting, and I think a good ending for the story overall. Not that it's a good ending. A healer of Thorbad's actually sends him a note saying he's cured and he's no longer sick anymore, which is what Thorbad has always wanted. But he's been driven insane by Fae Foken that when he reads the note, he thinks it's mockery from the Daedra, and he takes his own life. The quill then finds its way to his ex-boss Alfiers, and then begins the cycle all over again. 5 stars. We then have Final Lesson by Agrothius Goth. This is sort of a sequel to Fae Foken, but it's by a different author. So the characters in this book are the characters from Fae Foken, not all of them, the sage and the 2 pupils. Both books originated from the game Morrowind, but they do have different authors. And I wonder if this was just the devs maybe quickly adding authors to stories and not really thinking too much about it. Like if this was just an oversight, or what the reason really was behind having these two books be written by different people. And it's another book with the same formula as Feyfolken, where the great sage is teaching the two pupils a lesson. But the tale in this story is about two characters named Uthrak and Lorith. Both of them are mages, but one of them stays home to learn everything from his master, while the other is forced to go out into the world, survive on his own, learn on his own. We learn that the one who stayed home became a safe, respectable, but minor enchanter, and the one who was forced to go off on his own and maybe have a harder path was the one to create the Staff of Chaos. The sage ends the story by teaching the pupils that the only way to become truly great is to try all the possibilities on your own. I rated this book 3 stars. Then we have Ghost in the Storm by Adonato Leotelli. This is a brief account of a dangerous encounter with the Falmer during a blizzard near Windhelm. It's really not that interesting of a story, and it is a bit drawn out. Anyway, that's the entire story. It's just about a blizzard. I gave this 2 stars. Then we have The Golden Ribbon of Merit by Empyrean Brum. This is a skill book that increases archery. It's about 2 old friends catching up, and one of them is trying to teach the other friend how to shoot a bow properly. The friend that's teaching the other friend is very masterful. They're very skilled in archery. While this isn't a particularly great story, I do want to explain or tell you the one part of it that is interesting, or the ironic twist at the end, and why it's called The Golden Ribbon. So the friend who is bad at archery takes an accidental shot that travels so far, it flies through the master archer's window and pins his golden ribbon of merit for archery to the wall. And that's the only really interesting part. That's like the whole setup for the story, to be honest. Anyway, I rated this 2.5 stars. Then we have Halgard's Tale by Tavi Dromio. This is about a group of friends arguing about who the greatest warrior ever was. And Halgard, our character of the story, or one of them, brings up Hilalu Passaroth, a guy so skilled in heavy mail that he could move faster inside of it than outside of it. Passaroth's wife and his armorer try to have an affair during a tournament. The armorer sabotages Passaroth's armor, and it's then implied after this, because Passaroth gets the upper hand of it, that when he goes to reconcile with his wife, that he didn't even need to take off his suit to make up with his wife. You might think this is a skill book for heavy armor, but it's not. I rated this story 2.5 stars. Then we have The Hope of the Redoran by Turiel Nerith. This is a short tale about how prophecies work. A boy named Andis was born with a prophecy in the form of a rhyme, claiming that no blade could harm him and his blood would never drop on the ground. This led him to become an incredibly arrogant jerk. However, his cousin Athen found the loophole. He used a wooden club to batter Andis to death, killing him without spilling a single drop of blood. Anyway, I rated this 3 stars. Then we have Incident at Necrom by Jonkila Both. This book increases your illusion skill. It follows a team of experts hired to clear out a vampire den near Necrom. They look down on the sorceress Mesitha because she seems shy and claims her only skill is altering perception rather than real combat. After they clear the crypt and the team leader dies, the other 2 remaining survivors, aside from Mesitha, who are Nitra and Osmic, decide to screw Mesitha over. They sit in a tavern planning to run off with all the gold, laughing about how her useless illusion spells won't help them, or won't help her find them. However, Mesitha was standing in the room the entire time using invisibility. She swipes all the gold while they are out grabbing a drink, leaving them with nothing but their own greed. I thought this was a pretty fun concept, but I didn't think the execution was super great, so I rated this 2.5 stars. Then we have Kolb and the Dragon by Anonymous. Okay, so this is an immediate 5 stars because this is a choose your own adventure book. What a privilege. Except it does state that it's a book for Nord boys, which, like, what era is this? This is the 4th era, not the 2nd era. Rather than telling you every single possibility, because I'm just gonna say that you should go and find this book yourself and read it and choose your own adventure, and then comment below what you got. I actually was pleasantly shocked how much the devs gave us for the choose your own adventure book, considering I felt like there wasn't that much for the riddles or the recipe book. Here is how my adventure went. Kolb was a very brave Nord warrior. One day, his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass. Nitra and Osmic decide to screw Masitha over. They sit in a tavern planning to run off with all the gold, laughing about how her useless illusion spells won't help them or won't help her find them. However, Masitha was standing in the room the entire time using invisibility. She swipes all the gold while they are out grabbing a drink, leaving them with nothing but their own greed. I thought this was a pretty fun concept, but I didn't think the execution was super great, so I rated this 2.5 stars. Then we have Kolb and the Dragon by Anonymous. Okay, so this is an immediate 5 stars because this is a choose your own adventure book. What a privilege. Except it does state that it's a book for Nord boys, which, like, what era is this? This is the 4th era, not the 2nd era. Rather than telling you every single possibility, because I'm just gonna say that you should go and find this book yourself and read it and choose your own adventure, and then comment below what you got. I actually was pleasantly shocked how much the devs gave us for the choose your own adventure book, considering I felt like there wasn't that much for the riddles or the recipe book. Here is how my adventure went. Kolb was a very brave Nord warrior. One day, his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass, Kolb, his chief said. You will find the dragon on the other side. Kolb took his favorite axe and shield and walked to the pass, where he found a cold cave, a windy cave, and a narrow trail. I chose enter the cold cave. Kolb stepped into the frozen cave, but his Nord blood kept him warm. A smelly tunnel climbed ahead of him, and wind howled from another to his left. A ladder was nearby as well. I chose climb the ladder. Climbing up, Kolb found a camp. He met a wise man who shared bread and showed him 2 paths to the dragon's lair. One went through the hills, the other through a marsh. I chose take the hills. Kolb stepped onto a rocky hill. He could see the dragon sleeping below in a tavern off a road nearby. I chose climb down. Kolb found the lair where the dragon slept, tendrils of smoke wafting from its nostrils. The air made Kolb's eyes sting, and he nearly slipped on the bones of men picked clean. The beast lay on its side, the throat and belly both waiting targets. I chose strike the neck. The head of the axe lodged itself in the tough, scaly neck of the beast. It wailed and thrashed, but Kolb held on and eventually sawed through the neck, killing the beast. Kolb returned home victorious, and his village was never bothered by the dragon again. You can also gift this to your adopted child in the game, which is really cute. Surprisingly, this book appears in so many locations in the game, but I feel like I've never come across it. It could also be that I just never paid attention, but like, I swear I remember the Beggar Prince coming up all the time. But I feel like this book, I've never stumbled across it. I don't know. Let me know if you have. I rated this 5 stars. Then we have The Last Scabbard of Akrash by Tabar Vankideh. This story is about Pelaya, a noble's daughter who sneaks out to visit a master armorer every day to learn how to repair blades. But the townspeople think that she's having a scandalous affair, but the truth is that she is secretly maintaining her father's legendary sword so her Khajiit lover can use it at night to lop the heads off of slave traders. Sadly, Pelaya's lover is poisoned, and when he stumbles into her room, her father finds them. Her father kills her with Akrash, the sword that she's been learning how to repair, and in a fit of grief and rage, Pelaya takes the sword and kills her father. The city ends up believing that her father was the killer all along and that he died by his own hand, leaving Pelaya free to disappear forever. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we have The Locked Room by Porbert Litumley. This story follows a Red Guard woman named Diana who likes to take her time picking locks to truly understand how they work, but her teacher thinks this is silly and that she's very slow. He believes she's too slow, so he locks her in a room with a ravenous vampire to force her to pick the lock quickly or die. She escapes and returns the next day, impressing him and convincing him to let her install a pick-proof lock on that same door. She then locks him in the room just as the sun is setting, telling him the only way out is with the key. As the vampire wakes up and starts tearing him apart, he finally sees the key hanging on a chain around the vampire's neck. This is a skill book that increases lockpicking. I rated this 3 stars. Then we have the marksmanship lesson by Ala Laleth. I like this one quite a bit. It follows a cruel plantation owner who forces his slave Dob to teach his son archery. He spends weeks teaching the boy to shoot arrows high into the air at weird angles instead of hitting targets. The father doesn't understand that Dob is actually teaching his son ballistic trajectory. He thinks that he's wasting his time. So Dob gets whipped in the courtyard, and as he's getting whipped, he yells out specific instructions to the son and specific coordinates. The boy fires an arrow high over the house. It arcs perfectly and drops straight into his father's neck. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we have The Mirror by Berdier Reens. Now, I'm gonna do something that I haven't really done yet in this series, which is, I'm not going to tell you the full story of this book. I really loved this story. I think it's a actually truly good short story just in general. This is also a skill book that increases blocking, but that's not really important. What I'm going to say is that it tells the story of an undefeated legendary warrior, Mindo Thrax, who finally meets a mercenary who matches his skill perfectly, and they duel in a stalemate for over an hour. I think it's a really touching story, and it actually made me feel kind of emotional reading it. I don't know, maybe I was just fatigued and tired and in a weird mental state. It's really short too, so it's not that big of a commitment, but I rated this story 5 stars. Then we have Mystery of Talara by Mira Likith. Mira Likith. This is a series split into 5 books, and this is a much longer story than the ones we've read previously. I think this is about like 8,000 words. It's not anything compared to The Real Baron Saya, but this is a lot more of a complex story that is sort of like The Real Baron Saya in that there's a lot of shifting characters, actually well-developed characters, an arc that reaches a pretty decent conclusion, I would say. And if you're looking to read something probably a little bit longer, but maybe not as long as The Real Baron Saya, I would say The Mystery of Talara is actually a pretty good one. I genuinely did enjoy this story. I would say it's probably the most twisty of our books. Our first book is about a celebration in a kingdom. The celebration is called the March of Beauty. And this is a celebration of beautiful women who are prostitutes walking through the kingdom. One of the women is named, or is called Gina, who meets Lady Gilia, the daughter of the king of the kingdom. Now, these 2 ladies are mirror images of each other. They look very similar, but not exactly identical. And we learn in this book that 20 years ago, the original rulers of this kingdom were assassinated. And Gina might actually be a princess and the rightful heir to the kingdom. It's believed that her real name is Princess Talara, or that's her identity, and that she had grown up being called Gina. She doesn't remember much about her past, but neither does Lady Gilia for that matter. Book 1 ends with Gina actually being pushed off a cliff, and as she falls, a memory resurfaces of her falling. She remembers being a child on these same rocks with her cousin, and it's likely to believe that that was actually Lady Gilia. And she remembers how to survive a fall when this flashback occurs. She goes limp and hits the water, symbolizing her rebirth and the return of her identity as Talara. Book 2 is actually a skill book for restoration. Gina is given a restoration spell to heal her injuries. We also learn in this book that Lady Julia was so traumatized by the murder of the royal family that it broke her mind, which is why she didn't remember Gina when she saw her. We also meet Lord Strail, who is an Imperial ambassador. We end this book with Gina telling him her story and who she believes she might be. Book 3 is a skill book for destruction. We meet another character, Lady Brisciana, who was actually in the game Daggerfall. There is a plot to help bring Gina back as a princess, and Lady Brisciana tries to help Gina and Lord Strail with this plot. The book ends with an ambush and Lord Strail showcasing his magic and getting the better of the ambushers. Hi, okay, it's editing me. So my file for the last 2 books got corrupted. It's the only file that did, which is great, but it's also the file that contains me explaining the really confusing bit about this story. But I guess you could say I'm a real YouTuber now. Anyway, let me tell you how the story concludes. So, book 4 is a skill book for illusion, and in the
Bro, I lost the whole PC one time. I got bit lockered, bro.
this book, we actually get a mention of Jagar Tharn from the real Baron Zaya, or just from her lore in general. In this book, Gina is trained by an Imperial Nightblade named Persecus. He teaches her illusion spells, and I really just want to mention this because I love his name. It sounds like Prosecco, my favorite drink, and what I will be rewarding myself when I finish this video. Gina and Lord Strail find a letter written 20 years ago by the previous king, likely Gina's father, just before he was murdered. The letter was meant for the Emperor, warning him that a priest named Jagar Tharn had stolen magical artifacts like the Staff of Chaos. It's pretty cool that how interwoven her story is. I meant it when I said that. It's so interwoven. But because the current king murdered the previous king to take the throne, he also inadvertently stopped a warning that could have prevented Jagar Tharn's 10-year-long imperial simulacrum, you could say. This makes the assassination a crime against the empire and not just a local murder. Then we get to book 5, which is not a skill book, but it does tie the story all together. So, what happens to all of our players? Now, stay with me on this one. The real Lady Julia was believed to have been murdered during the assassination. The real Lady Julia was sitting on the throne when the assassins came in,
Huh? I'm gonna try again.
To murder the princess, and they thought she was the princess because she was sitting on the throne, which talk about bad timing. During her attack, she was thrown into a river and believed to be dead. Meanwhile, the real princess Talara actually survived, but a grief-stricken nursemaid convinced her and herself and everyone else that the real Princess Talara was actually Lady Julia, because the nursemaid.
My bad. Let me give context, but I can't. Hold on. Am I mute? No, I'm not. Am I not talking? I mean, I could check if. Yeah, it is. Bro, you hear me? What do you mean? Aren't you responding to me? Say s- s- I'm trying to think of all the ways this could go wrong before I do that. Something.
Couldn't accept that Lady Julia had died. She was supposed to protect her and cared for her, so she was just overwhelmed by this information and couldn't accept it. And because Princess Talara and Lady Julia looked so alike because they're cousins. Everyone believed it. It was easy to pass this off as the truth. Princess Talara also believed this because she suffered memory loss. So the real Princess Talara was raised to believe she was Lady Julia, and that is the Lady Julia we are introduced to in book 1. And we find out that Gina is actually the real Lady Julia. All right, so just once again, the Lady Julia in book 1 is actually Princess Talara, and Gina is actually Lady Julia. And Gina
I want to get one of these 30 bay laptop tablet chargers, bro. Oh, I have that off because I'm lazy. Actually, no, I turned it off when I hurt my finger.
reveals all of this, and that's how the book ends. I rated this 4 stars. Then we have Of Fiore and Holger by Anonymous. This is basically a Nordic Romeo and Juliet. It follows 2 warriors who are so perfectly matched in combat that they fell in love. How sweet. Fiore dies though, and Holger is unable to live without her. He's so grief-stricken that he builds a massive tomb for them and takes his own life to join her in Sovngarde. This book is an instruction manual for the dungeon Ansilvund in Skyrim. By following the order of the animals mentioned in the text, you can unlock the path to their final resting place. I rated this 3 stars. Then we have Palla by Von Myers.
I want to pay attention to this. I need like a 5 monitor mount for real. Like, you know, I can't camp. I don't want to look over there anymore. That shit dead, bruh. Drake just dropped.
This story is split into 2 books. In book 1, the story is narrated by a young, unnamed initiate of the Mages Guild. He finds a mysterious artifact. His superior, Magister Ilther, recognizes it as an item of necromancy and orders him to destroy it. Instead, our narrator keeps it and discovers it is a tool used to resurrect a loved one from the grave. He later in this book sees the statue of Palla, which depicts her, this woman, in a violent, mortal struggle with a monster. He falls instantly and unnaturally in love with the stone image of the dead woman. He becomes obsessed. In book 2, the narrator confesses his love for Palla and attempts to resurrect her. But the name Palla turned out to belong to the monster and not the woman. The story ends with the monster echoing the narrator's
3 vertical monitor mount. That Drake album is so fire. Hold on. I need to get my dog. 2 seconds.
Own romantic obsession.
Yo, that Degrassi episode where Drake got shot, bro, that shit was crazy, bro. They was trying to ruin his career. Wait, they did ruin his career. This peg zone monitor mount, bro.
possessions back to him. Kiss me, it howled. I read online that the opening lines of this book are reminiscent of Lolita by Nabokov. To be honest, this book reminded me a little bit of Pet Sematary as well. Another mention of that book. Maybe we have some Stephen King fans among the developers. I also mostly like this story for its metaphor for manifestation, which I took this to mean that you can try and force something so much because of how bad you want it that you can turn what you desire into something monstrous. The woman and the monster in this book to me are two sides of desire. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we get Purloined Shadows by Woofin Jarth. Our man Woofin Jarth is back with another story, and not an impressive one. It's about a arrogant young burglar who tries to impress a master of stealth. Our master of stealth actually takes her on as a student for like the ultimate high.
I need to add channel points that make the thing pop up. I'll come back to this. Oh. My bad.
In May, so subscribe to Dead Meat Games and get ready for it.
That's right. Be good players.
Welcome to the Kill Count, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies and show you how they were made. I'm James A. Janice, and today we're looking at Psycho 4: The Beginning, a TV movie from 1990. The Psycho franchise has such an interesting arc. The original is one of the best films ever made, and part 2 is better than it has any right to be. Some people even prefer it. The third is still charming, even if not as lofty, but we've finally reached it, folks. The point that almost every horror franchise arrives at, if they're not the big 3 slashers or Scream. The stage of direct-to-video, or streaming, or in this case, TV, since Psycho 4 was released to Showtime. But hey, at least that's premium TV, unlike the failed 1987 Bates Motel pilot on NBC. That one didn't even have Anthony Perkins, and I won't be covering it on the Kill Count. Perkins does return for this Showtime spectacle, which is part prequel, showing Norman Bates as an adolescent growing up with his mom. In that regard, it's kind of like the other Bates Motel, the successful TV series from the 2010s, which I still can't do on the Kill Count. 4 seasons? That's way too long! Psychos 2 and 3 saw the Norman Bates lore get a little crazy, so Psycho 4 sidesteps all of that. It ignores the Emma Spool stuff, even openly contradicting it. In Psycho 3, we learn that she killed Norman's father, but here he says his dad was killed by bees! And Norman's freedom doesn't make a lot of sense, since we saw him taken away at the end of part 3. Like, if this was the same continuity, kinda hard to believe he'd get out again after murdering a bunch of people a second time. So I guess in some ways, Psycho 4 is an early example of a requel, a direct sequel to the original film that ignores all the ones in between. That was the intention of screenwriter Joseph Stefano, who wrote the original film. He was excited to do a partial prequel that featured all the backstory he had come up with decades prior.
I knew what had shaped Norman Bates, and now I'm getting an opportunity to tell you about it.
I think the beginning is definitely the weakest of the OG Psycho films. It's shot with the pacing of the original, but without Hitchcock's mastery of suspense. After Part 2's captivating story and Part 3's almost experimental style, Psycho 4 feels like a regression, too afraid to try anything new. That's true even with the score, questioning if he became who he is because of the way his mom treated him, or because of her genes he inherited. The cast is also great, especially Olivia Hussey as Norman's hot mom, and CCH Pounder as a radio host. And of course, as always, Anthony Perkins, in what would be his final performance as Norman Bates, since he passed away just 2 years after this movie's release. So in a lot of ways, the beginning is the end. How many kills did Norman have under his belt by the time he met Marion Crane? Let's go back to the beginning and find out. The movie begins with a pair of lips.
Like green screen.
I'm a murderer. I killed my own mother.
This dude is the mother killer, the topic of tonight's Fran Ambrose show. That's Fran Ambrose. She's got a psychologist, Dr. Leo Richmond, with her, who wrote a whole damn book about the subject.
I wrote about boys because they happen to be my sphere of expertise.
Okay, but maybe don't say it like that. The first boy in his sphere was actually Norman Bates 30 years ago, and look who just called into the show. It's Norman, calling himself Ed, possibly as a reference to Geen, and he's in a nice house with a fancy kitchen. He's a Fran Ambrose fan, a Fambrose, and he can't believe the show they're doing tonight. It's right up his alley. He tells them that not only did he kill his mother, he's gonna have to kill again tonight. Dun dun dun! He uses the show like a therapy session and tells a tale from 1951, back when he was played by Henry Thomas, past E.T. Lovin' Elliott and future member of the Flanafam. Thomas was an 18-year-old recent high school grad, and this was his first time on set without his parents, making him feel like a man. Teenage Norman was treated like a man too, getting hit on by hot little ladies like Holly here. She's horny for the 4th of July.
Do fireworks get you hot?
Not inordinately.
Inordinately. I love sexy words.
Oh, actually, she's just horny for Norman. She's grabbing his nuts right then and there. Salty! He really doesn't know how to handle her.
Never heard a girl talk like you before.
Never heard a girl talk like this girl before. She sneaks up to the house, which has gotta be one of the most broken into horror houses. Am I right? They should really get a blind vet to protect this thing. Norman follows Holly into the house and finds her upstairs trying to enter his mother's room, so he redirects her into his room. Things get premium as she takes off her top. Psycho sequels, now with 50s titties. Too bad Norman ain't got no game, even with panties flying in his face. Goes real well with his favorite stabbing dress. When Holly comes a-looking for her boy toy, she gets an eye full of mom and a chest full of knife. A bewigged and nightgowned Norman Bates stabs her to death. Takes him a long time to do it, but get this, little bastard's already got his catchphrase down.
Oh God, Mother! Blood! Blood!
This first kill was meant as Norman taking out his repressed sexuality. He's all screwed up and can't orgasm in a normal way, so this is how he gets the fluid spurting. Henry Thomas got a little too excited on set, too. While stabbing at a piece of balsa wood with a real kitchen knife, he wound up slipping his hand down the blade and cutting it open.
It's my souvenir from Psycho 4.
Back in the present, Norman starts to feel vulnerable and hangs up, just in time to cut his thumb and bring out a callback. Wait, if this is in color, does that mean they're using strawberry syrup? Turns out Norman is married now, and he calls his wife Connie, who's stuck at work, even though it's his birthday. Womp womp. And even worse, she recently told him that she's pregnant. Wait, shouldn't that be good news?
If it's such good news, why would I be upset?
I don't know, man. I'm asking you. He calls back into Fran Ambrose, who really wants to know what made Norman kill his mom.
Did she smother you in some way?
Hold up. Amazon Day Barrel. Nice.
The way some of us mothers do with our kids.
Not inordinately.
Okay, his use of that line is a callback to the original, but in that movie, Marion Crane said it.
Are you unhappy?
Not inordinately.
I don't know why they made it Norman's inconceivable here. I just watched 3 movies with the guy, and it is not one of the things he always says.
The boy's best friend is his mother.
Yeah, see, that's more like it. Thank you. Norman's next little tale takes place when he was 6 and his father died. He says his dad was stung to death by bees, My Girl style.
They stung his eyes, his nostrils, even the insides of his mouth.
Oof, okay, maybe more like sleepaway camp style. Even back then, Norma was fucking with Norman, tickling his sides and then yelling at him for laughing at a funeral. We can't all be bare-naked ladies, young man. She really knows how to play this haughty, repressed, inappropriate, abusive monster perfectly. The late Ms. Hussey is an unimpeachable horror legend. She was arguably the first ever final girl in Black Christmas and stuck with the genre through fare like Stephen King's It and frickin' Ice Cream Man. The psychologist Dr. Richmond says that maybe the so-called Ed enjoyed his mother's abuse.
If the doctor is trying to turn this into some kind of an incest tragedy, tell him to forget it, Fran.
You're really gonna deny it, dude? Because the next story is about a hot summer when Norma made Norman her little cabana boy. Bringing her tea wasn't enough either. She wanted him to rub her down with cooling ointment.
What should I use to blot it with?
Your fingers. Unless my skin disgusts you.
Oh, Norman starts putting his wet fingers on her ankles, and she starts moaning, and all of us start getting real uncomfortable. But don't worry, it gets worse. Much worse, as she tackles him to the ground for tickly playtime. He winds up on top of her, and right when things are getting their damned grossest, she for possessing a penis at all. Psycho 4 is horrific, but not through violence and bloody kills. By 1990, those were a dime a dozen, so instead it goes for psychological horror, like literally Freudian and shit.
The rolling on the floor to me was the most upsetting because I have 2 boys of my own, and I could not imagine ever treating my kids that way.
That discomfort didn't stop Hussey from fully committing to the monstrous Mrs. Bates, even if she wasn't what everyone necessarily envisioned for the character.
Hey, Mrs. Bates is kind of hot.
Damn, Mother's hot. No, you can't say it, but that made me feel disgusting and dirty as a viewer because I thought she was hot and he thinks she's hot and you're like, oh, that's gross. Like, what if you had a hot mom like that?
The hotness was intentional. She was meant to be as attractive as Norman was in the first movie, the little cutie. Norma locks Norman in the closet, and I don't think the poor guy ever really got out. I mean, he's still on the floor at home having flashbacks into the phone. Fran Ambrose getting way more than she bargained for. Norman takes a break, and Dr. Richmond tells the rest of the radio station he's pretty sure they're talking to Norman Bates.
Remember, I was the one who examined him right after he killed that girl in the shower.
And he is, in fact, meant to be the same character from the end of Psycho, though their names are a bit different. Dr. Fred Richmond versus Dr. Leo Richmond. He's recast too, since OG actor Simon Oakland had passed away earlier in the decade. She uses it as an excuse.
I should have killed you in my womb! You sure as hell tried to kill me getting out of it!
And yet, Norman still defends his mother to Fran Ambrose, who takes a short break. As the camera spins around them, she and Dr. Richmond argue about getting the police involved. He wants to call them immediately, but she thinks she can talk Norman down.
Ratings have nothing to do with it.
They do to me.
Her producer Mike is played by John Landis, the controversial filmmaker who made An American Werewolf in London. He's here because he helped Mick Garris get the directing job. And the other station worker is Cynthia Garris, Mick's wife, who's still with him to this day. Such a lovely couple. They're like a pair of beautiful elves. This is my first time covering a movie by Mick Garris, a highly decorated horror filmmaker. He co-wrote Hocus Pocus and directed a ton of work, including segments and episodes in anthological movies and series, and a few Stephen King miniseries adaptations like the 1997 version of The Shining that King wrote himself. Garris was kind enough to guest on that meetup show I did back in the day, and is a beloved nexus of the horror community. His podcast Postmortem ran for 8 years, and is the gold standard of interviews with horror creatives. Perkins wanted to direct Psycho 4 himself, but after Psycho 3 kind of flopped, Universal said absolutely not. They hired Garris over Perkins's personal choice for his replacement, Noel Black, who had directed him in Pretty Poison 22 years prior. Perkins eventually agreed to Garris, even though the director was pretty green, having only done some TV episodes and Critters 2, which Zoran covered on the Kill Count. Garris described Perkins as challenging and near bullying, openly questioning and
sadly I watched that when that dropped. I had nothing to do.
quarreling with the director in front of the crew.
Mick being a new director and being so young, that Anthony really felt he had to test Mick a lot, test him while they were shooting, and it was very hard for Mick.
Garris is diplomatic about it though, saying he understood the situation since Perkins felt such an ownership over the character and the franchise.
It was obvious that he had wanted to direct the film, and no matter who was directing it, it would have been difficult to earn his respect.
He wound up being almost grateful for the experience, and appreciated when Perkins said the finished film was his favorite Psycho sequel.
I'm really glad I did it, but I'm glad that not all actors did like that.
Dr. Richmond exits the station and the movie as they come back from the break with Norman still on the line. He says he met his wife Connie at the institution. She was his psychologist? Oh, you can't date your doctor, dude. Nobody wants this. Norman's next flashback is after his mom started dating a dude named Chet, with whom she would have dalliances at the motel in cabin 1. And you know what that means. Little shirtless Normie went, oh, that is dark. Guess I'll throw up the old kill graphic again, cause Gloria's dying now. Just slowly drowning in the trunk of that car. Oh man, you're a friggin' monster, Normie boy. Norman's next flashback continues the time jumping and is at his mother's funeral, but I'm gonna hold off on counting her right now, since we'll see the actual kill a little later. Right now, we'll just watch as Norman takes his mom's body out of the casket and, what, swaps it out with books? Is he Indiana Jonesing the funeral director with books? Now, I don't know if you know this, but Norman has a hobby.
Stuffing things.
In case you forgot, they remind you.
I have this hobby, taxidermy.
Norman wasted no time stuffing his dead mom's body. And if that phrasing bothers you, don't blame me, okay? This movie set it up with their little tickle time. Norman reveals who he's going to kill tonight, which any viewer half paying attention could have told you.
You mean you're gonna kill your wife?
That's right, he's mad at her because she stopped taking her birth control without telling him, intentionally getting pregnant. And Norman doesn't want that. He says he's got the psycho gene, the same one from his mother, which he doesn't want to pass on. Okay, there it is. She's finally dead and on the count. Good job, Norman, you did it. Oh, come on! Chet comes back for one last scare, but it's still not enough to keep him off the count. Okay, are you two done now? Stay down! Great, we can finally move on with the film. Oh, he's got the candy corn. Just had to do it to him. The climactic matricidal memory is the final straw for Norman, who hangs up on Fran as she yells out his name. He calls Connie and tells her to meet him at his old house. We hear the conversation in voiceover as she drives through the rain and the Psycho music plays, a direct homage to Janet Leigh's driving scenes in the original film. Connie arrives and Norman greets her with an arm grab so he can basically drag her up the stairs to his old home. Inside, the place is as spooky as it's ever been, as Connie admits to tricking Norman in order to get pregnant.
I love you so much. I want us to have a baby so much.
Yeah, still not okay. He drags her up the Psycho stairs and into his mother's old room. Through her closet and under the floorboard, he's got, oh no, what is that, Norman? Sorry, Connie. Been nice knowing ya. Barely. But oh, man. He catches back up with her in the fruit cellar, but it's there that he blinds himself with a knife, like he did to Meg Tilly 7 years prior. Ah, good times. Oh wait, no, that's not canon anymore. Sorry, Meg. Norman gets a look at himself in the edge, which his wife talks him down from. She says he's a changed man, and they can raise their baby right. It'll be fine. Just don't kill me, okay? Hugs instead. To fully erase his past, Norman goes insurance fraud on the house, igniting it with a single match and not letting the ghost of his mom slow him down. Or the ghost of Chet. In fact, there are ghosts everywhere. This is like the end of frickin' Dr. Sleep. Great party, isn't it? Just like in that movie, the whole building ends up ablaze, with Norman down in the fruit cellar, where he finds his mama Skelly rocking her dried up heart out. Oh, here she come! And he escapes the fruit cellar, and he and Connie run away as the Bates house burns to the ground. Okay, I guess not fully to the ground, but I mean, you still wouldn't want to live there. It's good enough for Norman anyway.
I'm free.
To do what he wants, any old time. The movie ends with Mother's chair rocking in the fruit cellar, her demanding to be let out, and the sound of a bawling baby Bates. Norman normally rates the Bates
James, have you seen Better Zorn around? I haven't seen him in like 2 weeks.
I haven't seen them, okay? And you guys need to stop interrupting me during my to the numbers bits because I'm running out of ways to kill you.
Wait, what?
Nothing. Look over there.
Ooh, okay.
Drive hard. This is our stop.
There were only 5 kills in Psycho 4 the beginning, and boy did most of them take a while. The victims consisted of 3 women and 2 men, giving us a red majority pie chart. I was surprised to learn we've seen this count and breakdown 8 times before. Feels like the red majority's happening more often lately. With a runtime of 96 minutes, Psycho 4 had a kill on average every 19.2 minutes. I'll give the golden chainsaw for coolest kill to Norma. It's not so much about the method, and to underline how much it's not based on the way she died, I'll give the dull machete for lamest kill to Chet. Same method of death, but he's not Mother, he's just Chet, and Chet fucking sucks. And that's it. Psycho 4 The Beginning came out on Showtime in 1990 and would be the end of the Anthony Perkins saga of Psycho. There's still one more movie in the franchise though, which Chelsea will take a look at in 2 weeks. But until next time, I'm James A. Janice. This has been The Kill Count. Thanks a lot for watching The Kill Count for Psycho 4 The Beginning. Next week, there won't be a kill count on this channel. Dead Meat Games will host the first episode of Season 3 of the video game kill counts. Check out Dead Meat Games if you haven't already, and subscribe if you're into horror gaming stuff. Both Zorn and Ben have been hard at work on this thing for months. We're talking new sets, new branding.
What do you think? I think we're dead meat. Real.
In May, so subscribe to Dead Meat Games and get ready for it.
That's right. Be good players.
Desire. I rated this 3.5 stars. But the name Paula turned out to belong to the monster and not the woman. The story ends with the monster echoing the narrator's own romantic obsessions back to him. "Kiss me," it howled. I read online that the opening lines of this book are reminiscent of Lolita by Nabokov. To be honest, this book reminded me a little bit of Pet Sematary as well. Another mention of that book. Maybe we have some Stephen King fans among the developers. I also mostly like this story for its metaphor for manifestation, which I took this to mean that you can try and force something so much because of how bad you want it that you can turn what you desire into something monstrous. The woman and the monster in this book to me are 2 sides of desire. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we get Purloined Shadows by Woofin Jarth. Our man Woofin Jarth is back with another story, and not an impressive one. It's about a arrogant young burglar who tries to impress a master of stealth. Our master of stealth actually takes her on as a student for like the ultimate heist. They are stealing the cloak of the Daedric Prince Nocturnal, and she camouflages herself perfectly and waits for her master's distraction so she can strike, only to realize that she was the distraction. 2.5 stars. Also, this is a skill book for pickpocketing. Then we have The Rare Guard by Tennis Moral. This is a skill book that increases light armor. A Bosmer mercenary is left behind to defend this place. Anyway, the only really interesting bit about this story is that our mercenary gets poisoned, but he feels a tingle from the poison, which actually like energizes him. And we learn, and we get a bit of lore from this, that in-game light armor actually allows for much faster stamina regeneration than heavy armor. So that's why it didn't really poison him, or the poison didn't really affect him in a negative way. It actually gave him energy instead because of the light armor, which is kind of cool. I gave it 2.5 stars. Then we have Surfeit of Thieves by Anise Noru. This is a story that follows a pair of thieves, Heria and Indic, who try to rob a mysterious group called the Order of Saint Iad Nua. Haraya sneaks into the armory while Indic provides the distraction. Haraya gets caught though by a monk, but is mistaken for a guest named Lady Tressid. She joins their feast wearing a hooded robe and notices that everyone is using weird backwards names like Hittilites and Noahaturap. She laughs along, we all laugh, thinking it's just a silly game until the hourglass runs out. The monks aren't human, we learn. They're actually monsters. The man she thought was her partner, Indic, is actually named Esruok, which is first course backwards. She finally spells her own alias, Tressid, backwards, which is dessert. We find out that the Order of Saint Iad Nua is actually a bit of wordplay by the author. If you spell Iad Nua backwards, you will get Onday, one of the 3 major vampire clans in Morrowind, and this book originated in Morrowind. This clan is known for their magical prowess and cruelty. The Onday don't just kill their victims, they make like a theatrical meal out of them. This is also a skill book for lockpicking. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we have The Tale of Drozira by Sonia Vett. This story is about a Khajiit father telling his cub the real story of the Battle of Red Mountain. So now we get a Khajiit version of the events. We've had the Elven version and the Nordic version, so naturally we need the Khajiit version. According to this father, the Khajiit weren't always caravan traders. They were once the elite warriors of Alkosh, which is also another word for Akatosh, the Dragon of Time. Akatosh is one of the 9 divines. The whole dragon break thing from Part 1, all of that exists because of Akatosh. Now this book says that the Nords take all the credit for their legends, but they only won, and they can only brag and be so proud because the Ash King, Wolfhearth, was riding a massive Khajiit named Drozira into battle. That's right, folks. History is a lie. We learn that Drozira saved the Ash King's life by pouncing on the dwarf orc, Dumak Dwarf King, yet the Nord bards leave the cats out of their songs entirely, according to this father. The father ends by telling his cub to basically stab a bard if they speak ill of Khajiit, because without them, Skyrim would have been lost. And to be honest, I believe the dad. I rated this 3.5 stars. Then we have The 3 Thieves by Anonymous. This is a story that follows Sathis, not Sithis, Sathis, different, who is a master thief who thinks he's so much smarter than his 2 student partners, Galsaya and Imolen. After a successful heist, Sathis double-crosses them, sneaks away with all the gold to his private estate in Vivek, and settles into bed, smugly imagining his partners
Vivek?
waiting for him at a tavern like fools. Well, he wakes up and realizes that he's the fool. Before he can even scream, a hand clamps over his mouth with the thumb under his chin, the exact technique for a clean, bloodless kill that he had bragged about to them before. This is a skill book for your sneak skill, by the way, and I rated this 3 stars. Then we have A Tragedy in Black by Anonymous. This book is so sad. This is a tale from the time of the Oblivion Crisis. The plot follows a boy who summons a Dremora to help him make a magic dress for his mother's birthday. The Dremora tricks the boy into accepting a black soul gem as a gift. The Dremora then shows the boy how to fill the gem by casting Soul Trap on him and ripping his heart out. The story ends with the Dremora heading off to find the boy's mother with a second empty gem. Anyway, I rated this 3 stars. Then we have Vernacus and Borlore by Tavi Dromio. This book increases the archery skill. A legendary archer dies in shame, believing he missed his target, while the Daedra that he was aiming at is falsely hailed as a hero. However, fate eventually intervenes when that same missed arrow, which had been lodged in a wooden shrine, is dislodged and stabs the Daedra, proving that the archer never truly lost his perfect score. I actually gave this 2 stars because I think the irony is fun, but it's told at the tavern like fools. Well, he wakes up and realizes that he's the fool. Before he can even scream, a hand clamps over his mouth with the thumb under his chin, the exact technique for a clean, bloodless kill that he had bragged about to them before. This is a skill book for your sneak skill, by the way, and I rated this 3 stars. Then we have A Tragedy in Black by Anonymous. This book is so sad. This is a tale from the time of the Oblivion Crisis. The plot follows a boy who summons a Dremora to help him make a magic soul trap on his second and Borlore by Tavi Dromio. This book increases the archery skill. A legendary archer dies in shame, believing he missed his target, while the Daedra that he was aiming at is falsely hailed as a hero. However, fate eventually intervenes when that same missed arrow, which had been lodged in a wooden shrine, is dislodged and stabs the Daedra, proving that the archer never truly lost his perfect score. I actually gave this 2 stars because I think the irony is fun, but it's told as a story by a group of friends, like a campfire tale, which is personally not my favorite type of storytelling, especially when I'm reading it. And I also didn't really necessarily love the writing or just how the story was told. I didn't like the execution of it necessarily. Then we have Withershins by Yakut Tawashi, which, okay, I audibly laughed at this one. I laughed out loud. The story follows Zaki, an Argonian tailor who is losing his mind because every conversation he enters is locked into like a rigid alphabetical order. It's very zany. He finally visits a mystic named Octoplasm at a shop called Paradox, like Paradocks, who uses a ritual called Withershins to break the curse. Zaki performs this ritual to stop the alphabet madness, but since the ritual is all about going backwards, he accidentally flips his entire life. The story ends with the mystic speaking in reverse and Zaki moonwalking out of the shop. Even though everything is technically backwards now, Zaki finally feels normal. This book was so whimsical and weird, and I just loved it. I absolutely adored it. This book also increases the restoration skill. I rated it 4 stars. Then we have The Woodcutter's Wife by Mogan, son of Molag. Does that ring a bell to you? Well, it should, hopefully, because this is the answer to The Cabin in the Woods, our first technical fictional horror story. The one about the screaming woman in the woods. Do you remember that one? Well, this is her origin story, her villain origin. She's our weeping, screaming, laughing ghost woman, and now we get to know how she came to be. I honestly wish she was an NPC. If they had put an NPC in like a certain part of, or in an area in Skyrim in the woods, and it would just be a ghost NPC screaming and wailing through. Is there a mod for that? Both these books are written by the same author. The story follows a starving woodcutter's family who is saved by a traveling mage. Every night, the mage pulls out a scroll and summons a massive feast for them. But instead of just enjoying the free takeout, the woodcutter's wife gets paranoid. She thinks that this is a devil's bargain and that the bill is eventually going to come due. She becomes so desperate that at night, she chops the mage's head off with her husband's axe. And it turns out the mage wasn't evil at all. He was just a nice guy with a lot of scrolls. With his literal last breath, though, he curses her to wander the woods as a ghost, carrying the same bloody axe and burning every time the sun comes up. So I guess he was a little evil. The moral of the story, once again, no good deed goes unpunished. I rated this 3.5 stars. I liked it more than The Cabin in the Woods. Then we have The Wraith's Wedding Dowry by Voltha Gra Yamwort. This is a story that follows an orc woman named Wraith, and she's quite the character. She's a legendary thief. She's getting married to her former jailer. His name is Wad Warg. Just love that. But her old gang of thieves, her old pals, try to stage an intervention by stealing her wedding dowry, which is a suit of armor, and hiding it in a dangerous shrine. Wraith has to sneak into the shrine, dodge her old partner's axes and maces, and retrieve the gift. Wraith is a badass though, and I love her. She manages to fight through an entire ambush without taking a single hit, and not because she worried about dying, but because she doesn't want to wrinkle her dress or dent her husband's new gift. She does make it to her wedding unbloodied. I rated this 4 stars. Then we have Thief of Virtue by Anonymous. The story follows Ravius Tyrannus, a thief who breaks into a baron's castle to steal a rare coin collection. He's clearly a pro, disabling 7 traps with a fork and a piece of string, but he gets cornered by the guards during his escape. His only exit is through the Baroness's bedroom. Recognizing that the Baroness is a bit plain when he sees her, and that she might be feeling neglected, Ravius pivots from stealing gold to stealing virtue. He smooth talks her into hiding him from the guards by surrendering the coins and spending the rest of the night robbing her of her virtue. I rated this 3 stars. And that was our last book. In the fiction section, I really loved this section. I loved so many of the fiction books in Skyrim. Okay, on to the next. Part 10, Journals and Logs. There are 15 journal and log books in Skyrim. I would go as far as to say that this section is probably the most read section of every player. And it's because a lot of these you will have probably read, considering that they were involved in major quest lines in Skyrim, involving the factions, etc. I would assume a lot of players would read logbooks and journals, if anything, in the game, because it would pertain to the storyline that they're invested in versus just a random book. The first journal we have is none other than Cicero's journal. Cicero is arguably an insane and amazing NPC. At the very least, he's a memorable character who looks after the Night Mother's body. He's part of the Dark Brotherhood questline, and I would even go as far as to say that he is the Dark Brotherhood questline. The silence of the Night Mother, combined with the isolation of guarding a rotting body for so many years, literally snaps his mind. We learn all of this from reading the journals. To cope with the crushing silence, he adopts the personality of his final contract, a merry jester, and a fun Easter egg for you. Possibly my favorite Easter egg from this entire series, and if not that, then definitely one of them. Do you guys remember the adoring fan from Oblivion?
I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground you walk on. Let's go.
If you don't know this adoring fan and you didn't play Oblivion, then this might have gone over your head. And if you did play Oblivion and remember the adoring fan, then I hope you caught this. In this journal, Cicero confesses to killing a grand champion by posing as a starstruck fan. This is possibly, at least what I took it to be, a direct reference to the adoring fan from Oblivion. Now, the events of the Oblivion game are 200 years before the events of Skyrim. So you could say what I'm alluding to couldn't possibly be true. I mean, it's not like he's the real Baron Zaya who lives for hundreds of years, right? He's just...
I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground you walk on. Let's go.
No. I actually like to think that this is fully meant to show that the devs were obviously taking inspiration from the adoring fan when they were writing Cicero. I really do think that if the adoring fan was allowed to evolve and grow up and age, and that storyline could have developed, it would have probably led to a darker storyline, something like Cicero's. That is the energy we definitely get from the adoring fan. But I also do love the idea that, like, What if they are the same person? My best guess is that the devs were saying this is sort of like the kindred spirit of the Adoring fan. Cicero and the Adoring fan are kindred spirits. This is sort of a nod to him, a tribute to the Adoring fan, Cicero as a character. I don't think they actually intended to mean that Cicero and the Adoring fan are the same person, but I do love To Dream. I rated this 4 stars. Then we have Confessions of a Khajiit Fur Trader by The Fur Trader. The story follows an unnamed Khajiit who grows up in the gutters of Elsewhere. After a caravan heist goes wrong and his brother dies, he takes the
I'm calling my ops. I think I've watched this. What do you mean by that? NY is crazy.
The practice, but it remains legally protected in Morrowind. Most of the slaves in Morrowind are Argonians and Khajiit. You can find a high elf slave in Saran, and there are also slaves in the Tel Arun market of other races, but again, for the most part, Khajiit and Argonian. Since slave ownership in Morrowind is an accepted and protected practice at the time of the events of the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind, you as the player character will often find yourself in situations where you're either interacting with slave owners or the slaves themselves. The game offers you the option to free slaves and help them out wherever you can. However, you can just as easily decide to do nothing. Morrowind isn't a game that guides you to free them, and it doesn't tell you how to feel about it happening. It just happens in front of you, and it's up to you to decide what action you want to take in any given situation. With this sort of thing, even inaction can be seen as action, and you're given the autonomy and the freedom to choose your own path without you being explicitly told what's right or wrong. And one example of this that's always kind of stuck with me was the Rabina's Inner Beauty quest. This is where you're asked to transport a Khajiit slave, Rabina, to Balmora, where Vorar Hellas is expecting a delivery. You quickly find out that the slave is not what the Dark Elf recipient is expecting, or not exactly, but rather the cargo that she carries inside. She swallowed bags of moon sugar to ensure that they would go undetected while she's being transported. She's nothing but a drug mule to these people, and of course, upon finding this out, she asks you if you could help her escape by bringing her to a friend in Ebonheart. There are several things you can do in this quest, several ways to approach the situation, but ultimately you're choosing between actually bringing her to the Dark Elf who ordered the drugs, where he will kill her and take them out of her, or you can help her escape by bringing her to Ebonheart. It's an interesting quest where you can choose to actually bring her to the Dark Elf as planned, get the reward for transporting her, and then aid her in killing him, followed by bringing her to her friend, or you can simply let him have her, kill her, and take the drugs. Having so many options in a situation like this makes Morrowind one of those games where the role-playing possibilities are extensive. Then there's the matter of House Telvanni, one of the great houses of Morrowind. On the surface, they are what you would associate with the mage classes, closely affiliated with magic and governed by wizard lords from their mushroom houses. Out of all the great houses of Morrowind, they are the ones that are most in pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. They value intelligence and they confine themselves to their study, content with being allowed to do as they wish. And beyond keeping their land and people safe, they don't interfere much with the matters on the outside. With this sort of a description, you could almost interpret them being as a mad scientist, whimsical kind of folk, isolationists who are so buried in their studies that they appear totally harmless and even have somewhat of an endearing quality to them. But amongst themselves, they hold to the principle that the powerful define the standards of virtue. So, in other factions, even in places like the Thieves Guild, you have these rules against stealing from fellow faction members or killing them, whereas in House Telvanni, they believe that if you've stolen from another member, or even eliminated them and lived to tell the tale, you are exactly where you should be and you deserve what you have. It is house tradition to settle disputes by drawing blood, and you won't be excluded for raising arms against a fellow house member. Instead, you may even be promoted. The staunchest defenders of slavery in Tamriel are House Telvanni. Historically, they sourced slaves for various purposes involving their study, research, and experiments, sometimes even requesting slaves of a specific race or gender, and they were strongly opposed to the abolition of slavery, leading the arguments for the continued legality of slave ownership in Morrowind, despite the rest of the Empire moving forward. You would think that such an enlightened people who seem to be in pursuit of knowledge and wisdom would be more on the side of progress and moving on from these old-fashioned traditions, but alas, they view that as highly important for their own cultural identity, and I guess it's just convenience for experiments and other such things. House Telvanni are not shy about their disdain for other races. We see that in the way that they're cruel towards the slaves by subjecting them to experiments which can cause serious physical harm, but also in how they generally keep their distance from outsiders. However, very interestingly, you will not be stopped from joining their ranks regardless of your race. It seems that so long as you align with them in their traditions and their beliefs surrounding the right to own slaves and various other things, you can become one of them, even as a Khajiit or an Argonian. As for what that says about you and your own morals, that's not really for me to say, but facts remain facts. Out of all Elder Scrolls games, Morrowind is often seen as the racism game, with just how prevalent things like slavery and xenophobia are in the game. However, I actually think that Oblivion often doesn't get enough credit for the same. During the events of the Elder Scrolls
Did
IV
I just say
Oblivion, slavery
2K?
is still rampant in Morrowind, though it's already been banned in the Empire, which is why you won't really come across it in Cyrodiil as much, but there is one notable case where ogre slaves are working in a mine under Lord Drad. This is a quest with a very satisfying conclusion, however. It's where the ogres end up becoming their masters, so it's not exactly the same as Morrowind where you have multiple choices on the matter, but rather just one set outcome if you choose to do the quest at all. But let's go back to the beginning of Oblivion, specifically the moment at which you finish creating your character and you're just moving about your cell. One of the most memorable interactions that you will have in the entire game is the one-sided exchange with a fellow prisoner, Vaelendreth. Based on your race, and sometimes even gender, Vaelendreth has special dialogue which he uses to make some racist remarks or taunt you, especially in areas where you would consider it hurts the most for a particular race. These lines of dialogue range from light trolling that maybe isn't so offensive as it is hurtful in the moment. You know, you're in prison, he's telling you you're gonna die. For example, if you're a wood elf, he'll remind you that you're far from the forests of your homeland and you're here in this dark cell. If you're a red guard, he'll remind you of your homeland too and the sands and seas that you will never get to see again. These are fairly tame compared to some of the other things that he says to other races, and the first example that we're going to talk about is dark elves. He does say different things depending on whether you're a man or a woman, so to a man he'll start off as friendly, "Oh hello kinsman," and then it turns into, "I'm gonna find your wife after you die and I'm gonna get out of here and take real good care of her."
She must be so lonely. Don't you worry, eh? I'll take care of her long after you're dead.
With the female dark elves, he will at first appear stunned by your beauty, and he'll suggest that you guys have some fun before you are inevitably killed, and it is all said with a lot of malice. The race that gets it the worst from him are probably the orcs, and again, he makes it very personal, with female orcs getting called ugly, and then he goes to undermine them as feminine beings, saying that who needs to be pretty when you can rip apart people like a monster? And then it's pretty much all the same for male orcs. They get called ugly too and a monster without the whole who needs to be pretty bit.
But then all orcs are ugly. The most repulsive race in all of Tamriel, really. At least you've got that brutish strength, huh?
Khajiit are taunted with cat stereotypes. He will call you Kitty Kitty and tell you that there's a fat rat in his cell that you could catch.
Wake up, Kitty Kitty. That's it. There's a rat in my cell, Khajiit. A fat, tasty rat. Does the kitty want it?
Argonians, of course, get called lizards and told that they'll never swim again. He really makes it personal. Finally, Imperials, High Elves, and Bretons have remarks that will go for their pride. Now, those are races that I personally do see as putting a lot of value on pride or dignity. There's maybe a bit of ego there too, and here you are, putting dishonor to your race, unelegant, undignified, can't use your cheap magic tricks here, and he has a way to make it really personal for you guys. He's even more harsh with some of them than he is with the others.
Well, look at the elegant Altmer maiden. Where's your dignity now, huh?
Good thing that you get to have your revenge after his racist comments. Of course, you do have to join a society of hooded assassins to get that done, but we'll give that a pass. All of this Vaelendreth dialogue happens at the very beginning. This is your introduction to Oblivion, and so right out the door, you're made aware of the fact that racial biases absolutely do exist here, and some races, again, certainly have it worse than others. And I would now like to direct your attention to the racism chart. So, in Morrowind, and even in Arena and Daggerfall, the way that other races would react to you, again, would depend wholly on personality, and then in Morrowind you did have those 5 bonus points for members of your own race. You did of course also see an impact with preset personality values and attributes, so Like we've said before, female orcs were 25 and Imperials were at 50. Oblivion takes a different, more complicated, and I would say even deeper approach to this. Personality does play into it, of course, and each race does have their preset personality value, which actually appears to be the same as it is in Morrowind. Female orcs still have the lowest personality, both genders in Imperials have the highest, but one interesting difference is that Wood Elf males in Oblivion have 30 personality instead of the 40 that they had in Morrowind. I wonder who gave them such a bad reputation in Cyrodiil. But Oblivion goes even deeper than that, and it has the racism chart, which details all of the races' reactions towards one another in the context of the player character as seen on the left, interacting with NPCs as seen across the top. We can see the neutral, negative, and positive reactions or bonuses that you have when interacting with a particular race, and interestingly, the feeling is not mutual across the board. For example, if you're playing as an Argonian, you will have a +5 bonus on your base disposition with fellow Argonians, and every other race will be neutral towards you with no bonus or minus to that base disposition, and that's including Dark Elves. On the other hand, if you play as a Dark Elf, Argonian NPCs will have a -10 on the base disposition with you. The race that seems to have it the worst in Oblivion are Orcs, who have a -5 on the base disposition with every race that they interact with except for their fellow Orc, who are just neutral towards them. But the High Elves also seem to have it kind of rough, as where they do have disposition minuses with other races, they'll have like a -10 instead of a -5, with only Orcs and Nords being neutral towards them, and having a 5 bonus with other High Elves. Now while this may all just look like numbers on a chart, it does have some impact on your gameplay. For example, you may need to work harder or pay up to raise your disposition in cases where you need to get some vital information out of an NPC that doesn't like you enough in order to progress. Then of course there's the matter of having to put up with slurs or derogatory terms being hurled at you when you pass somebody by. Oblivion went harder on race-specific insults than even Morrowind did. Each race has a unique term that is used for them, and it is as follows. The Altmer or the High Elves are called Goldenrods. The Bosmer or the Wood Elves are called Tree Huggers. The Dunmer or the Dark Elves are called Ashborn, and this of course is particularly hurtful considering their history and origins, where they went from the golden-skinned Chimer to the ash-skinned Dunmer after they were cursed by Azura. The Orcs will get called Dungheap, and if you're unaware, there's a bit of a shameful origin story here.
You have something to say, Dungheap? What's going on?
You might know that the Daedric prince Malakath is the patron deity of the Orcs. He is also known as the First Orc, the Orc Father, or the Great Chief. But before Malakath was, Trinimac is. Trinimac was one of the most notable gods among the First People, or the Aldmer. The origin story tells us of a transformation after which the golden champion Trinimac became Malakath, and thus his followers became the Orsimer, or the Orcs. There are 2 versions of this story that are known, with one of them being particularly shameful and undignified. To give you a simplified breakdown, the Aedra Trinimac had vexed the Daedric prince Boethia over his teachings about the missing god Lorkhan, and Boethia had decided to expose his lies by using Trinimac's own voice. Boethia consumed Trinimac, which gave him the ability to speak as Trinimac in front of his followers. Once he was done, he exiled Trinimac, as one would exile waste from their digestive system, right in front of his followers, and from the waste, Malakath, or the First Orc, was born. His followers covered themselves in this result, which made their skin change, and thus they became the Orsimer, or the Orcs. This is why they will get called Dungheap, when the NPCs intend to hurl a racist insult their way. And as you may understand, the intention is to mock this particular version of their origin story, which often is seen as the most popular version of events, with a particular disdain towards the orc race across the board, though there are other and more probable versions. This particular account of the transformation is meant to be understood metaphorically, or is perhaps different altogether, but again, those with a hatred for orcs, which seem to be almost everybody, are more than happy to take that very literally. Back to racial slurs, Argonians are called pond scum, meanwhile Khajiit will get called furlickers. Finally then, for the races of men, the Imperials will simply hear Imperial Dog, the Bretons are
Breton trash.
and the Nords, Snowman. The Redguards are kind of spared the most out of all of the other races because the worst that they will hear is "come to bother me with a war story, Redguard," which is really not that bad at all. Where you have dung heap and pond scum, I think you can live with the whole war story thing. Just like Morrowind, you may hear race-specific insults during combat. It's not really surprising that Khajiit will get told, "Die, you mangy house cat," and it's sort of a phrase that seems to undermine their civilized and proud race. The Argonians get told, "You will make a fine pair of boots, lizard," again objectifying them as nothing more than material for shoes. A non-elf will say to all elven races, "You elves are all the same, all flash and no fury." Specifically, orcs then will say to the elves, "Puny elf, I'll pick my teeth with your spine." Likewise, orcs will say to all of the humans, "You humans are all the same, weak and worthless." What we've discussed here are all very surface level things for Oblivion that you will just naturally come across during gameplay when you pass somebody by or again in the beginning of the game, but if you're willing to dig deeper, you will learn that there are some inhabitants in Cyrodiil that do have a very deep hatred of other races. One such example that you do need to dig a little to find is Alicia Otis, who is somewhat of a professional racist. And before I tell you about her, I just want to say that when you approach her in-game, regardless of your race, she will be totally neutral with you.
I hope I can help.
And I say that she's a professional racist because her work or published city guidebooks are less about guiding a newcomer around a city and more about the disgust she harbors for the state and the inhabitants of each of these cities. When you read some of these guides, you will first get the impression that she's a bit hyper-fixated on worship and her religion, often referring to things as godly or ungodly, judging people for not attending the city's chapel, and starting each of the books by addressing the divine whose chapel is in the respective city. She's not shy about letting her feelings towards the beast races be known, equating Khajiit, Argonians, and even orcs to thieves, brutes, and murderers. After she describes in great detail just how rancid the city of Bravil is, she continues. You will not be surprised to find that there are many Argonians and Khajiit in this miserable place, since Elsewhere and Blackmarsh are close by, but you may be surprised to find many orcs here. However, beastfolk are comfortable in the company of other beastfolk, as are thieves and brutes naturally drawn to the company of one another. The author, Alicia Otis, finds something bad and unpleasant to say about every single city, even Skingrad, where she surprisingly wasn't critical of the inn that's run by two orcs, but she did have a comment about the Count neglecting the chapel. It seems that the worst of her hatred is reserved for the Khajiit and Argonians, and it's most apparent when you read her guide to Leyawiin, where they are most populous. Pinned between the savage and uncivilized provinces of Elsewhere and Black Marsh, and guarding the vital passage up the River Niben from Topol Bay to the Imperial City, Leyawiin is a mighty fortress with tall stone walls and strong garrisons. Indeed, if it weren't for the raffish rabble of Argonian and Khajiit descent, Leyawiin would be a pleasant and safe place to visit. She then interestingly goes on to compliment the Countess of Leyawiin, or the lovely and cultivated Alicia Caro. And as it turns out, her name is not the only thing that she has in common with the author of these books. Countess Alicia Caro, on the outside, is a beautiful, noble woman. She wears fine clothes. She's a dutiful wife. If you're an Argonian when you approach her, it won't take long for you to find out that the Countess despises your kind.
Countess Alicia Caro, wife to Count Marius. I think Leyawiin would be better off if we removed all the dirty Argonians such as yourself. You wouldn't have a problem with that, would you?
If you're of any other race, she will cordially welcome you to Leyawiin, but again, it doesn't take much digging to learn of her true feelings towards Leyawiin's beast race population. First, it's likely that you will come across her in Adargi's heirloom quest, which is part of the Thieves Guild questline, where the Argonian Amuse is imprisoned for coming into possession of a ring that he tried to ransom back to Countess Alicia when he saw that her name was engraved on it. She tricked him, took the ring back, and threw him in prison afterwards. When you go to inquire about seeing Amuse in prison, the guards will inform you that Argonians are not allowed to have visitors on Countess Caro's orders. She has a thing about the lizard folk. The human population in Leyawiin will appear to be quite supportive of the Countess and her ways, saying things like, Leyawiin is for the Imperials.
We need some law and order. Bring in the legions. Leyawiin for the Imperials, I say.
I know the Khajiit are all upset that the Council took away their land and gave it to us, but they just have to get over it. It's our land now.
Meanwhile, the Argonian and Khajiit population are not so keen on their racist countess, with one Argonian innkeeper, Witse Dutse, saying that they all love Count Marius and his father before him, but he does everything that the countess says.
We all love Count Marius and his father before him. Arche bless his soul. Such a fine young man. Lady Alicia tells Count Marius exactly what to do, and he does as she says.
Inside the castle, the Count's most trusted advisor is actually an Argonian who worries about the Countess's influence and how she constantly works to suppress Khajiit and Argonian culture and presence in Leyawiin. Meanwhile, the Countess's right hand is supportive of the Countess and her ways, saying that they should be moving towards the mainstream of Imperial culture.
However, Leyawiin must move toward the mainstream of Imperial culture, both in trade and in political affairs.
But even though she appears supportive, she does not wholly approve of the Countess in everything that she does. When you start digging deeper, you may learn about the dark secrets in the castle's inner walls, and how there's a hidden torture chamber where the Count and Countess will torture Argonians together. The Count is said to interrogate Argonian immigrants, then he drags them away into the torture chamber, and they are never seen again. At her core, the Countess is so sick and twisted that not even her high elven advisor can fully support her actions, but rather she reveals this secret to the player character, and as for Count Marius, it is unclear how much he actually participates in the torture, whether it's all rumors or he is so taken with his wife that he really does everything she says, as we've learned before. This horrific discovery is one that you aren't likely to miss, since seeing Amuse in the prison is, again, part of the Thieves Guild questline, one of the major questlines in the game, and it puts Leyawiin on the map as being the hub for unspeakable cruelty and barbaric torture, under the hands of a fair noblewoman who's completely rotten from the inside. Unlike Morrowind, Oblivion is a game where you're not given as many choices in terms of how you want a particular quest to go. We talked about Rabina from Morrowind and how you had several options in terms of dealing with her situation and whether you wanted to rescue her or do exactly as you're told and bring her to her death. In Oblivion then, you're sort of presented with situations where you have to face the reality of things, but you're unable to influence them in a meaningful way. Unfortunately, there is no quest that has a major effect on any story related to the tortured Argonian immigrants. Alicia Caro is an essential NPC up until you complete quests she's associated with, and then if you choose to, you can kill her to serve some kind of justice for the poor souls that she mangled in her castle, but it would just be cool if there was a quest or something more significant there. And I say that because the imagery is quite shocking, and it's something that sticks with everyone that's ever played Oblivion and come across this part of the game. Perhaps one of the worst offenders in Oblivion is someone who doesn't even live in Cyrodiil. Vika from the Shivering Isles will brutally roast every race that approaches her, in a way that would even make Alicia Otis blush.
State your business. Cylon is holy ground, unfit for mortals. You'll have to do better than that, you mud-crawling, sap-licking, jumped-up reptile. Crawl back to your hole. Dog, you greet me as a Breton, the mongrel race of Tamriel, motherless lackeys of every great empire that ever conquered your homeland.
Just a side note, I do think that there may have been a bit of an oversight in her dialogue, as this is what she says to the Dunmer.
You'll have to do better than that, you ashen-faced, god-cursed product of a Daedra's bowels.
I don't think this makes sense. I actually think that this maybe was originally for orcs, but instead for orcs she says this.
Dog, you greet me as a fellow then, you tusk-faced brute. Did your human master let you off the leash? Crawl back under his table. Maybe he'll throw you a bone to gnaw on.
So as
40
we've
minutes
seen,
into
in
a
Oblivion
racism
you will
video
have
in
everything
Skyrim.
from off-color jokes.
Why do Khajiit lick their
Elder
butts?
Scrolls. This is
And
Skyrim.
what about Skyrim? It's important to note that Skyrim takes place 200 years after the events of Oblivion. Much has happened since then, many bloody wars and little room for forgiveness in such a cold and bitter land. The player character is dropped into a civil war-torn Skyrim, with one side being the Empire and the other the Stormcloak Rebellion. The Stormcloaks fight to preserve Nord culture and tradition in Skyrim after the Empire-wide ban on Talos worship, ordered by the Aldmeri Dominion and accepted by the Empire as part of the White Gold Concordat. Though while playing the game we can see the current tensions between Nords and the other races of elves, mainly High Elves and Dark Elves, there is a history there that runs deeper than what you see on the surface. If you didn't know this, the Nord's ancestors, the Atmorans, were not native to Skyrim. They traveled south from their frozen homeland of Atmora that was quickly becoming uninhabitable due to an ice age and other issues. Ysgramor led his people to Skyrim. They became the first men to settle there, a land that they already knew was home to the race of snow elves. Even though the Atmorans established relations with the native snow elves, all was lost on a tragic event that has since then been known as the Night of Tears. The Night of Tears refers to an unexpected massacre of the Atmoran settlers in Sarthal by the Snow Elves. There are a few theories as to why they led this invasion, slaughtering the Atmoran population, one of which suggests that the Snow Elves became threatened by the amount of settlers that came, and they feared that they would become a minority in their own land as a result. Another suggests that they were aware of a great power within the city of Sarthal, which they wanted to claim for themselves, and that was why they invaded. Ysgramor regrouped in Atmora, and along with his sons, he led an army known as the 500 Companions to retake Sarthal successfully and slaughter all of the remaining snow elves in Skyrim. The Nordic hatred of elves runs deep in their shared history. In Skyrim, during the events of the Elder Scrolls V, you may find this hatred imbued in one of the most important Nordic historical artifacts, or Wuthrad, the Axe of Ysgramor. And this particular axe comes with the ability of dealing 1.2 time damage to all Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, and Falmer opponents.
Service weapons.
I mentioned the Civil War earlier, and here we see the reason that the Nords have such a distinct hatred for the Falmer High
Dark
Elves. This particular axe comes with the ability of dealing 1.2 time damage to all Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, and Falmer opponents. I mentioned the Civil War earlier, and here we see the reason that the Nords have such a distinct hatred for the Thalmor High Elves, and it is because aside from historical factors, they are working to suppress and punish all Talos worship, a concept that runs deep in Nord tradition and is a part of their cultural identity. The Thalmor, of course, are also very open about their Mer, elven supremacy viewpoints, and they don't even have to say it. It's the way they act, the way they target an entire culture when it comes to Talos worship. You can witness the Nords and their attitude towards the Dark Elves when you first visit Windhelm, where you can listen in on an exchange between two local Nords and a Dark Elf refugee who had to flee her home after the eruption of Red Mountain.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
They use the term Greyskins to refer to the Dark Elves, and upon entering Windhelm, you notice that there is a lot of tension and hostility that weighs on the air inside the city walls. This particular interaction is one where you can step in regardless of race and put the loudmouths back in their place. But at the same time, you cannot do much to change the whole situation. The Dark Elves mainly reside in what is known as the Grey Quarter of the city, as a means to separate them from the rest of the Nord population, and perhaps also as a means to avoid conflict. But of course, it is likely done in the spirit of keeping the city most accessible to Nords and getting the Dark Elves out of the way. After all, you will often hear the Stormcloaks shout, "Skyrim belongs to the Nords," and given the history and current situation, you can see where that sentiment originated. But at least the Dark Elves are allowed within the city walls, which is a lot more than can be said for Khajiit. It's funny how out of all of the games we discussed in this video, I actually think that Skyrim is the most diluted when it comes to heavy topics like racism, and yet not even in Morrowind, a game where you had literal Khajiit and Argonian slaves, did we see an entire race banned from entering the cities. The player character in Skyrim is of course exempt from this, and if you're a Khajiit, you may freely roam the cities with just as much access and opportunity as any other race. However, the rest of the Khajiit keep to outside the city walls mostly, where they lead their caravans and set up their tents to trade goods with passersby. The reason that they're forbidden from trading within the cities is because of their close association with skooma, drug trades, and other various crimes. And Khajiit stereotypes can too be traced all the way back to an integral part of their culture, the trickster god or cat king of thieves, Rajin. Rajin tricked the Daedric prince Mephala on a night when no moons would shine down on Nirn, and he had sufficient cover to pull off a heist, stealing Mephala's ring. He is known as the most successful burglar in the history of Elsewhere, and he was even revered as a god by the Khajiit. The idea that their race worships a thief or a criminal is what has sparked a distrust and prejudice against all the Khajiit. And while they do unfortunately prove the stereotypes to ring true a lot of the time, many are honest, hard-working citizens who just want to make their way in this world. After all, the canon Dragonborn was a Khajiit, and I will not listen to any other theories. For the previous games, we discussed dispositions, the racism chart, and the way in which all of the races react to each other and how the player experiences this in the game. Skyrim abandoned the disposition system as we know it from the previous games, changing it instead for the relationship ranks. There are 9 total values in this relationship rank system, the lowest being A-4 as arch nemesis and the highest 4, lover. Your race does not have as significant of an impact on disposition with NPCs, nor will you feel that much of a difference in terms of gameplay in general, bar a few dialogue differences. Not that the previous games made a huge difference in gameplay depending on your race, but there was certainly more of an accent on this concept and a more visible and prominent impact. The main difference that you will see in Skyrim is in your interactions with orcs from the strongholds. If you approach a stronghold as an orc, you will be let in automatically. However, if you are of any other race, you must first earn that right through a quest. Other than that, you have equal opportunity across the board in terms of the factions you join, decisions you make when doing quests, and the world is equally accessible for everyone. In terms of race-specific insults, you do have a little bit of that when it comes to combat. The Nords seem to have the most to say about other races. They will say, "You're a disgrace to your own kind" when fighting fellow Nords. But then when it comes to fighting all non-humans, they will say, "Your kind has no place here." They tell orcs to "Die, you orc filth." Khajiit get a lot of abuse, being told that "You will make a fine rug, cat," or "You remind me of my cousin's cat." Killed that too. They tell Argonians that they will use their tail as a belt. In Skyrim, though perhaps less prominent than in the previous games, racism and racial tensions are no secret. You can come across these sentiments all over the province, from minor lines of dialogue to some issues that appear to be core and central to the story and general history of the land. It's complicated, often harsh and unreasonable, but it serves as another reminder of the rough and cold reality of living here. And with all of that in mind, I cannot help but think about the future. Elephant in the room, Elder Scrolls 6. The Elder Scrolls universe has always presented tough and uncomfortable issues like racism in a way that made sense for the world that you're currently in. It was a nod to the long and complex history that you don't get to directly experience. In a universe with such an extensive background, you need to have things that will help you to understand the influences and the things that led to the world being as you currently see it. It also makes the world feel real, deeper, and much more immersive. I personally never equated the events in Skyrim to real life just because of how well established the world is in Elder Scrolls with all of the history and the background in the game. When I'm there, I'm fully submerged in this world and its story, all of its beauty, dangers, harsh and often uncomfortable truths. And I can say that about all of the games that we've talked about in this video, not just Skyrim. I think that modern interpretations of these uncomfortable subjects can sometimes leave little room for nuance, and I know that I've brought this up before in a video, but here's a video clip that I'm going to show you.
Skyrim, the game by Bethesda, is a pro-colonization narrative and is racist.
So this is a prime example of the issue that I was talking about. This not only shows a lack of understanding when it comes to the history and the events that occurred prior to Skyrim, but also a lot of the things that are actually handed to you in the games. To summarize, this video is from a creator that argues that Skyrim encourages you to take the Stormcloak side over the Imperials, and it only really has that surface level view of Stormcloaks equals racists and nothing else, but then it also calls it a pro-colonization narrative as a result, as if the Empire had never colonized anything.
Leowin for the Imperials, I say.
The truth is that in all of these games, you're often presented with very complicated issues where there isn't a black and white answer as to who is right or wrong. The Stormcloaks, though they appear brutish in their ways, are holding on to traditional and cultural values that they believe are crucial to their identity and presence in their home. The Empire sided with the Aldmeri Dominion because they had no choice, and they chose the safety of their people over another war, which unfortunately didn't work out very well. Even now, we do not know what the canon outcome of the civil war in Skyrim will be. The fandom has always been divided in this discussion, and I think that that has made things infinitely more interesting. I'm worried that in The Elder Scrolls 6, they will hand us a bunch of really black and white scenarios with no nuance, no room for discussion, just a simple and straightforward this is right and this is wrong, this is how it's gotta be situation. The previous games didn't explicitly tell you what to think or who to believe a lot of the time. Your choices were your own, and you had to live with the consequences of them. One thing that I didn't actually like about Skyrim and Oblivion was the fact that there's no faction exclusivity like there is in Morrowind. For example, if you joined any great house, then you're stuck with that great house, and you can't join another one to experience all of the content as just one character. If you want to experience the other great houses, you have to create another character. And there's also other interesting things like conflicting quests and all of that. But aside from that, and with the news that a writer from the notorious Dragon Age The Veilguard has joined the team, I wonder what we can expect, or if it's reasonable to expect anything at all at this point. The thing that most people hated about Dragon Age The Veilguard was that a lot of the dialogue felt very modern world, Starbucks cafe coded, and it wasn't really something that's out of a fantasy world. But also it was that a lot of it very much felt like a lecture. You're kind of told how to feel about certain things, and if you don't feel that way about it, you're not a good person, or at least that's how it came across. It was very much like they were speaking to an audience of really young children. There is room for difficult and unpleasant subjects to exist within media. They often are what make a story compelling, believable, they make you care about the characters involved.
Okay, so I know some of you definitely wanted me to like react to the Drake album, and look, as soon as it was revealed to be 3 albums, that was not happening, bro. Like, I learned my lesson from the J. Cole experience. But yeah, but anyways, you know, I did listen on my own time. I had to take some breaks in between. I mean, like, I just couldn't smack them back to back. I couldn't do it, especially because Lil Shine and Lucky had released, so I was kind of going back and listening to them as well. And when I tell you, I genuinely don't know what I'm going to call this video right now, because when I listened to the album, initially, I was like, like I was into it. Like there were a lot of moments, I feel like particularly on this album, where I was like, oh, like he's doing something different here. Like, you know, this wasn't necessarily what I expected, which honestly feels great when you're listening to a Drake album of all people. But then it's like a bit of time passes and I go back and re-listen. I'm like, okay, this definitely doesn't excite me as much as it did on the first listen. But something I do appreciate overall is it feels like he's not taking himself too seriously. You know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of the lyrics are more so like cheeky and funny than like actually like trying to like cut deep, which again, you know, I'm not really a lyrics guy. But if you make some clever wordplay, then you know, I'm gonna appreciate it. And I feel like there's a lot of that here. But I feel like I also have to mention like kind of where they're all ranking for me. Okay, I think it's definitely like Habibti at number 1, Maid of Honor number 2, and then Iceman number 3. And if you listen, you can tell there's kind of like a trend there. Like I want melodic Drake. Like I don't like when someone can sing and melodize so well. I know that's not the word, but when someone can do that so well and they choose to rap for like any period of time, I really get sick of it frequently. You know what I mean? Because it's like I'll hear a song like Classic or like I'm Spent, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm rocking with it. You know what I mean? It's like now I don't really want.
What song is that? The dog days. Yes. How many music videos does bro need, bro?
Want to hear the rappy raps, and that's my own personal hang up, but in my opinion that's kind of just like a side effect of being so good melodically, you know what I mean? Because there are definitely some artists where like they have like little melodic moments, I'm like, oh, like that was cute, but like you know what I mean, like let me lock into it. Like I think probably Vince Staples is one of those artists for me. Like he'll have like his little like moment of like melodies, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm rocking with this, but like definitely I probably prefer you rap. But I feel like that's because, you know, Vince Staples is probably a better rapper than he is, you know, a singer, so to speak. But I don't know if that's the case for Drake. But honestly, it's like me enjoying more so that melody style of music is why I gravitated so much towards this Lil Shine that just dropped. You know, like the whole album is just melody on melody on melody. Maybe there's one song where it sounds more like traditionally rapped, but even then there's some good melody. Like that kind of album stylistically is what I want from a Drake. Like the thing is, again, there's definitely songs here where I'm like, oh, like this is new. But I feel like when there's so many, like when they're surrounded by the songs that are like a bit less new, it kind of just begins to point out everything that isn't new, right? So it's like I feel like I can't really like appreciate it as much. But here's the thing, okay? I've always hated when people act like every song like an artist has to make needs to be something that they've never made before, like they've never made anything like it. I really don't like that argument. Because I feel like that doesn't really, you know what I mean? Like if you have a favorite album of all time, if that artist dropped another album that was just like that favorite album of all time, you'd probably like it. You know what I mean? If you genuinely do like that album. But it's like I feel like people more so have a problem with what Drake is doing musically, and they're like, okay, now there's too much of it. Because like there's definitely a difference between like, oh, like I really rock with this, like I really like listen to this on a consistent basis, and then like, oh, like this is serviceable. And I feel like for a lot of people, Drake is in that serviceable tier, but I feel like a lot of times they can't tell because he's just so mainstream. But then it's like when you get repeats of raps that like mentally you just kind of see as serviceable, it kind of becomes a bit more of an issue because now you're bored. Now you're like, I don't really want to hear that. Like it doesn't feel new to you. But then on the flip side, there are those Drake stands where they just
Been a while, BRS.
Love everything Drake, where they get more Drake and they're like, yes, this is more, this is exactly what I want. Like there are people who think that he drops his best album every time he drops. Now mind you, I would say, gosh, this is tough because like I feel like, because I'm thinking about like where I would rank it, and I feel like it's kind of like I said, like I feel like there was so much being released that some was just like kind of watered down. You know what I mean? Like there are standout moments on there, but now I'm kind of like, wait, was that a standout moment? Wait, what song was that? And it's a bit sad because it's like I listen, I'm like, bro, when would I ever come back to this? Because again, I feel like I've mentioned this before, like in the past, but when I listen to albums, I'm like an album guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like oh, I like this one particular song from the album and I'm gonna listen to that. Like for me, I either need to be able to listen to the album or like I low-key can't listen to any music on there. And it's like I feel like this is a situation where it's like I'm not really gonna come back. Because yes, there's like a standout song every here and there, but then like for every standout song, there's probably multiple songs where I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. Particularly on the ICEMAN side, because there's again like there's just sometimes when he's rapping where I'm like, bro, like please sing. You know what I mean? Like particularly when it's more like those like stricken back things where he's kind of like the ones where he would be rapping about like a location and then a time, or like that would be the type. Like those, they just never hit for me. And like
3 a.m. man. Wait, let me make sure. Never mind. I can't even.
There are people like, oh yeah, see, like that's proof Drake can really rap, and it's like I think Drake can really rap, but like that's not what I want from it. And I feel like it kind of becomes like reminiscent of like a J. Cole situation. You know what I mean? So when people are like, oh, like J. Cole can rap, it's like he has the ability to, but like when we put it in song form, I don't know what happens. Now, mind you, I don't think Drake's like J. Cole to that degree, you know, because Drake does have some very good music. But like, there are just some times where it's like, okay, they're like, oh, hear how he's rapping here. And it's not even like just Drake or J. Cole. I get that with a lot of artists. Even like Tyler, the Creator. Like, I don't know what it is. Even with Kendrick freaking Lamar, bro. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, there'll just be like a boring ass song where nothing really happening in the beat. And then they'll just do the same flow for the entire song. And I don't know, maybe they're like tell a story or something. And people will be like, oh my gosh, like they can rap so well. And it's like, bro, but the song's ass. Like, I don't want to hear that shit. Like, I don't know. Kendrick, I know this isn't about him, but like he usually has like one song on the album for me where I'm just like, bro, like this is abysmal. Like, why? And it's always like the song that like people like gas up where they're like, oh, this is like one of his best songs. And it's like, no, like get that shit out of here. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know, bro. I wish I was able to shape the music industry more in my image, right? Because I'm telling you right now, if this was like a strictly Okay, because when I say strictly melodic, I think honestly Nevermind comes to mind, but it's like, now give me like a strict American melodic album from Drake. Like, I think I would eat it up, honestly. Okay. But then I think the problem for me personally is it's like, then I'm getting the op raps, you know, then I'm hearing him talk about like some tings. And it's like, I don't necessarily want to hear that. And it's funny because I think this video would probably lead you to believe that like I didn't like the album, but it's like I did. And I think that's the problem. It's like I did, but like I just feel like a sense of like frustration. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I like the album, but I'm like, I feel like I should have liked it more. Like, in the sense where I'm like, I feel like he had the ability to make an album that I enjoyed a bit more. You know what I mean? Because there's some artists that like just don't really know better. Okay, I'm trying to think of one. But I don't know, an artist where it's like they drop something and it's good and you're like, you know what, like they tried their best. Like, it's really whatever, right? But it's like, when it comes to these, I'm like, can I even say that
That's how I feel about that spin, bro.
Drake tried his best? And obviously, I don't know.
But he tried his bestest on that new one.
Know the man, but I'm just saying, like, from what it sounds like, does it sound like someone was really like, okay, I gotta lock in and like make some good shit here, or did it sound like someone just like made some shit and they're like, oh yeah, like this sounds good to me? Like, you know, when like a lot of artists make songs, like they sit on them for a bit, right? And they're like listening, and obviously Drake has things in the vault, like that's not what I'm trying to say, but I mean, I feel like a lot of artists sit on it, re-listen to it, and are just really kind of like hemming and hawing, like,
like do it for too long.
Is this really the shit? Or even if they already think it's the shit,
Drake doesn't though.
Like they still like listen to it repeatedly just to like kind of, I don't know, like check the shit out. I'm like, I'm not 100% confident that he does something like that. And obviously, again, I would not know. But it's like, when it comes to these albums, they don't feel like they're curated for anything. Like, again, we got 3 separate art albums, which clearly they have a different vibe. It just doesn't feel super thoughtful to me. You know what I mean? And obviously, like I said, that there are plenty of lyrics where it made it clear he wasn't taking himself as seriously with this album, which I feel like made it better in a lot of places. But it's like, I'm talking about everything. Like, I'm talking about like the sonics of the album, the straight melodies, which again, there's a lot of great melodic parts, but so many of them came off as like, oh, like I'm Drake, I have a beautiful voice, I'm kind of freestyling, rather than this was the melody that really like struck a chord with my soul, and now I gotta put it out there. And I'm not saying he's got to get like super granola with it, but I'm just saying it just doesn't seem like, and things, I hate to be this guy. Like, I always hate arguments like this, but it just doesn't seem cared for. And I say this as someone who listens to like the newer generation of artists where they just kind of punch in. You know what I mean? Like, I listen to the Ken Carsons of the world. I listen to Yapo JJ, 1 a.m. I don't think they have the biggest plan going into the song of like, okay, like this is the melody here, this is the lyrics here, da, da, da. Like, I think they just record, right? But then when it comes to like actually assembling the
when they punching in, they gotta be like Floyd Mayweather, bro.
Project, I feel like there's so much more, let me think. Yeah, this is the one. Let me put this right here. Then there is on like a Drake album. But the thing about, and the problem with that is, I feel like the difference between, again, like Ken Carson, 1 a.m., Osama Sun Che, like that whole sound, Nine Vicious, that whole sound, that production style, I feel like leans itself more so to things like freestyling, right? Like, I feel like that production leans towards like, okay, yeah, like let me get in the moment and just do what sounds good. Like, you could hum your way through one of those songs and be a beat manager. I feel like Drake's production is never really that kind of production where it's like, okay, like I just kind of want to hear you like flow with it. Like, the production tells me that like something's planned, right? So then it's like, I'm like hearing it, I'm like, this plan is just, it's not coming to fruition for me. And like, I'm telling you right now, I hate this comparison. Like, I hate when people compare music to food and then they give someone like, they're like, oh, they give someone the fast food moniker, like, because I feel like it's really kind of demeaning, but I feel like this is the best way I can get this across. Like, let's say every once in a while you get fast food, right? And you're like, this is delicious, I love this fast food, it's great. You know, you get your little bag, let's say it's Taco Bell, right? You got your bag of Taco Bell and you're eating it, you eat your burrito, your gordita, whatever's in. But then one day you're like, you know what, I want to go to like an authentic Mexican restaurant. You know what I mean? I've been inside all the time, like I want to go out to eat. And then you go out to eat, you go to the restaurant, you sit down, they take your order, you got to wait for the time to get your order, you get an appetizer maybe, and then when you eat the food, it kind of just tastes like Taco Bell. Like, it tastes like fast food. Is it good? Yeah, like it's decent, but is it really what you wanted from them? Is it really what, you know, outside of the building at the Mexican restaurant, you sitting there waiting, is that really what they led you to believe that this would taste like? That is my problem with modern Drake, okay? Because I feel like if you go back and you look at something like a Take, it seemed, at least, and again, I could be completely wrong, it felt like there was very clearly a vision for the vast majority of songs on that album, and henceforth the entire album. But again, it's like, now listen to ICEMAN. Listen to Maid of Honor. Like, does it feel like you're getting an album, or does it feel like you're just getting a bunch of songs? A bunch of songs you may like, a bunch of songs that I probably like as well. But personally, I feel like there's just an element of like inherent letdown that comes with, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's sadly, it's albums that like I don't feel the need to come back for. Like, yeah, I'm probably gonna go look for a couple songs for a while, but then like after a week, like, is this gonna be in my rotation? I don't know. And it sucks because it's like I want to like it. Like I want to really rock with it. Especially because I know people give Drake such a hard time. Like there are people who act like Drake has never made good music, which is ridiculous. And again, like I said, even I would say that these albums were like good, right? But it's like there's like a question mark there. But yeah, it's like I really wanted to like it because I know people give him an unfair shake sometimes musically, but I can't. I really can't defend it. And again, it's not even that it's bad, right? It's just it's I feel like it's so much more structural than people give it credit for. Like there's so many people who just think Drake doesn't have talent, right? And they're like he just can't do it. When that's not the case, bro. It's the way this shit's put together. And again, I'm no expert, and I don't know exactly how things need to be put together, but it's like I feel like he should know because he's done it before. But yeah, I'm interested. And now look, obviously I feel like sales mean nothing as far as like what like the quality of music, but I'm interesting to see how this is going to sell compared to his other things, especially considering there's like 3 albums. But yeah, overall good, but like, you know, I listened to Lil Shine and Lucky as well, and a little bit of Genesis Owusu. Good project. But yeah, this new Drake, I don't know. Okay, but we get new JPEG Mafia like next week. I'm so excited. And with all that being said, and yeah, this is a shorter video, I know, but a little behind schedule. And again, I originally wanted to do a reaction to the album, but then when I found out it was 3 albums, I was like, bro, I can't. And then I kind of just got busy, woke up late, so that's where this is all coming from. But with that being said, thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, everything I say. I'm so sorry, and I love you. Have a great day, night, evening.
Do y'all ever? Oh, it's a trailer. I got scared.
Chat, let's get into the story. So, I will leave stuff out. My video is titled, or is going to be titled, I tried every bar on a cruise ship. Very simple. There's like 20 bars on a cruise ship. I try and rank every one. In between, there's the Joe Bart shenanigans. We go to a sex shop. We go to a gay bar. Nightclub. I gamble a bit. Stuff happens, right? His video is titled, I went on the freakiest cruise, or something like that. That'll be his video. The cruise we went on was Virgin Voyages Resilient Lady. Leaving out of Miami, we went down to Key West, up to Bimini or Bimini Beach.
Freaky at departure. What is that even?
Bahamas, and then back.
Place ever.
It was like a 4-day cruise.
Ever. Bermuda
Why don't you vlog this? I did vlog this, you fucking idiot. Sorry, that was so rude. That was so rude of me. I want to quick apologize in chat. Who did I just say
That's how I be.
I am sorry I just said that. It was just like, as I was saying, like, this is my video title, like, that was really mean of me. That was really mean of me. I did vlog it. It's not out yet because I just got back. It's 21 plus, yes. Adult only cruise. A known swingers cruise. So that was the point of why we chose that, or why he chose that cruise, and why I tagged along on that cruise. Just because it's like, that's his video, whereas my video works on really any cruise at the end of the day. So Mr. thank you for the 5 gifted. CM, it's Jazzy, and Maz, thank you for the 3. SX, thank you for the sub. Did you swing or what? I'm going to get into it. Fuck. Oh my God, you're going to piss me off. You're going to piss me off. Din and Fire thinking this up. Lock in. So we leave. Have you ever listened to a Joe Bart story time? You realize this is gonna be, no, I did not fuck a swinger. Are you insane? I have a girlfriend, and so does Jack. We were baiting people into seeing if they thought we were swingers. No, I did not have sex with a swinger. No, I did not have sex with a cruise. No. Anyways, I left Wednesday. I streamed. So that's why I was live at like 10 a.m. on a Wednesday. Because right after, I hauled ass to the airport. Had 3 or 4 beers at a Chicky and Pete's. Ate their french fries, and I gotta say, anytime I ever go to a Chicky and Pete's, they give you way too many fucking french fries. Their serving portions are generous, but to the point where it's disturbing. Like, I order a thing of fries, and they go, we only have the bin. And I'm like, what is that? And she goes, and I go, okay. So I get it, and it's like 2,000 calories worth of fucking french fries. And then I'm eating chicken fingers, and the chicken fingers, they give me like 9 of them. So I only ate some of them, drank a bunch of beers, got on the plane drunk. But before I get on, throw it in sub only. Ooh, we gave it a try. We gave it a try. Ooh, and we're in sub only. It was awesome. Chat, we had a 20-minute run in non-sub only, and we're back. Some guy bitching at me to play League. Ugh. Anyways.
The devil.
I was a little buzzed going to the airport. It was like an 8 p.m. flight, and I was, I had nothing else going on. So I showed up to the airport mad early, and I was like, might as well drink. So I go sit at my gate. And it says on my, phone and on the app, I'm at gate, B23 or some shit. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, we board in 20 minutes, and there is no one here. So I go to the flight board, as a logical human would, because I go, something's up. Where are all the old people that showed up 6 hours early? So I go to the board, and it says I'm in D10 or some shit. They moved my gate. So I fucking haul ass, speed walk style, aura walking, by the way. I'm listening to this while I'm walking. Buzzing in the airport. I also tried to go to a duty-free store and buy Zins because I knew I wasn't going to be able to have weed on the boat. And I was like, I need something. I'm an addict. I can't just be drunk. So I walk over earlier to, E-gate. And I try to buy Zins, and they're like, where are you flying? I go, Miami. They go, you're not allowed to buy these. I go, what? Apparently, you only can buy duty-free if you're flying international. I would have given you the extra $3 to buy the Zins. I'm not bugging about the tax. So I'm going. I have to take a shit. I'm at gate D. So 15 minutes before we board, I go, take a shit. Boom. I'm taking a dump, right? I'm in there for 10 minutes. It's boarding time. I walk over to D3 or whatever gate we're at. I walk over there. There's no one there. In the time that I was shitting, they switched the gate back to the gate I was originally at. So then I had to actually run.
Like, now they're boarding, and I'm actually running to the gate. So I make my flight. I knock, right? I go, wake up. I'm in Miami. It's 12:30. It's 12:30. I get to the hotel, talk to Jack for about an hour, and he goes, you want to go grab a beer? I go, it's 1:30 in the morning. He goes, it's Miami. I go, that's true. So we go to a bar. I get tater tots, bunch of drinks, pass out, wake up. We kill time for like 9 hours because we boarded the cruise at like 3 p.m. And we end up getting on the cruise, do a little intro. You know, this is the world's freakiest cruise. There's like, it's all old people, by the way. There was like 3 groups of people that were about our age, and they were like in their mid-late 20s. And one of them recognized me, and they didn't say, I've been in the hills or TikTok. They went, Javis? I went, like that one scene with the Rizzler. I heard Javis in that voice. I was like, wow, holy ball knowledge. I was like, yep, that's me. So we board on the cruise, and we're walking around, getting a lay of the land, and dude, it's dead. Like, it is the start of the cruise. Okay, I will say, during the launch party, there were people just straight throwing ass. They were playing Gasolina, and they had workers that were, like, actually, like, stripping on the boat. It was this, but a remix version. And it was just people just straight twerking. And wait, hold up. I'm looking up Virgin Voyage's pool, just so you get an idea of, like, what it looks like. This is it, but imagine, like, 5 to 10 times as many people. Like, this is the boat, but there was, like, actually, like, there wasn't, you couldn't see the water in the pool. There was that many people. And so crowded. And I remember we were going to get food one day, and we passed this lady, and they're playing, like, club music. Like, they're playing, oh my God, like Club 2000s shit. I gotta, like, look up just, like, a song to give you the idea of what the fuck was happening. Why is it not loading? You def got the virus. I didn't get the fucking virus. I didn't go in the pool once. It made me uncomfortable. I couldn't go... Like, I'm not swimming in a pool that I'm, like, sitting right next to other people. Wait, is this it? Why is it not playing? Maybe. No, more like 50 Cent. This is like what they sit down.
I got what you need. That shit.
And they hand us a lunch menu, and I'm like, oh, all right, I'll get lunch, whatever. It's all fish. And I'm like, ooh, okay. And then I see they have blackened shrimp fish tacos, and I go, that sounds pretty good. And it has this, like, Caribbean, it has, like, this Caribbean sauce. Like a Caribbean mayo, but it was called something else. Not like a chutney, but it was thick. And I was like, all right, yeah, I bet that'll be good. Like, I like Caribbean spices. Turns out it's just pickle mayo. And it's covering the fucking shrimp tacos. And I'm a little hungover, munching these down. And y'all know I hate pickles. I'm munching these down. Yeah, I don't think it was like island sauce. I don't remember what it was called, but it was actually disgusting. And there were pigeons everywhere in the restaurant, flying around, shitting on the tables. And I'm like, yo, this is not a real restaurant. Like, this is not a real restaurant. So
I have to watch this.
We get up, we leave, and I just go, let's start drinking. So we find this, like... We find this bar, grab a drink. Right next to the bar is like a warehouse sex shop full of like those dragon dildos Papa Meat promotes on Bad Dragon. Like those 3-foot like tentacle like octopus ones. And so I'm like, we need to go into that store. So
what?
We walk in, I'm strolling around, and they're like, don't record us. Don't record us. Jack's like recording the store and shit. And I'm like recording some of the stuff because it's like fucking wild. And Jack the whole time's recording it. I'm going, dude, you need to blur the entire store. It's just going to be a gray video because the entire fucking shop is just sex toys. And I end up seeing they have these mints. Bro, I don't even know what they would be called. They're like blowjob mints. Flint's mints. They had these at the front. The ones that make your mouth water. And I'm like, that's gotta be cap. So I buy them. And they're like $4 or some shit. I pop 3 of them in my mouth. My mouth starts fucking drooling. Just starts drooling. I go, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Bro, because I'm like, oh, I could go for a mint. I'm like, at the end of the day, it was like a watermelon mint. Just tasted like a mint, but it made my mouth water crazy. Anyways. We left there. We start walking around. There's this one guy that's like, you need to pop out to the neighborhood if you guys are vloggers. I'm like, oh, really? Where's the neighborhood? He just goes 800th block. So I look it up on my phone. He walks away. Nowhere to be found. So we spend the next hour and a half wandering neighborhood. Yes. You don't know the term neighborhood? Every city has a neighborhood. New York has a neighborhood. San Fran has a neighborhood. Philly has a neighborhood. It's a neighborhood where there's all gay bars. Like, it's like all LGBTQ
I did not have that in
inclusive
mind.
stuff. So he's like, you gotta go. Maybe your city, buddy? Oh, maybe your city, buddy. Not down here. Not down here. Out down in Tallahassee. Okay. Well, in most big cities, they have neighborhoods. So we're looking for the neighborhood. And it's like 95 out, and I'm just dying. And we're hungover. So we end up sitting on the fucking sidewalk, and the whole time, all I could imagine in my head was that sound. Dude, the sun beating on my neck. It was like, now, now, now. Now, 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 now. I was like, dude, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Like, we're walking around sweating. And I'm sweating water that's not even in my body. I'm like, I'm dehydrated as fuck. I had one water at breakfast. We ran out of water at the hotel room. Shit was terrible. So we end up passing this, on the way to the neighborhood, we passed this bar that sells scorpion shots. And it was like $40. You get a shot with a dead scorpion in it, a t-shirt, and something else. And I'm like, can I just get the shot? I don't really want the t-shirt. Lady goes. So I go, okay, let's get 2 scorpion shots. Fucking $80. I crushed that shit. Light work, dude. The scorpion was like in this water and it made his body like loose. You ever eat those mealworms from like a zoo that are like cheese covered? It just tasted like that. I was like, bro, this is lame. You've never had like mealworm cheese, like cheese mealworms? Bro, you've eaten cheese mealworms, bro. Come on.
Yeah, bro, we all have. Come on.
You've eaten cheese or larvets. These? You've never bought these at like a gift shop? Cheddar cheese worms out of curiosity? Okay. Well, for the people that have, that's what it tasted like. So I was like, all right, whatever. Right across the street's this gay bar. It's this one bartender, most charismatic bartender I've ever seen in my entire life. There are 15 people at this bar, 20 people at this bar. He's serving everybody. They have bubble guns. They're playing Devil Goes Down to Georgia. The violin song. Hold up. Bro, what is with my fucking Spotify? It is lagging. W song? I know. They're playing Devil Goes Down to Georgia. If I could find the fucking song. Oh my god, L Spotify. Oh my god, L Spotify. Holy fucking piss. It's actually loading so slow.
Snow.
This song. This one. Oh, this is like an off-brand version. Anyways, that's the song. He's playing that song. This bartender wearing booty shorts and a crop top. All of the beer nozzles are dicks. And he's jerking them off while he's fucking, while he's pulling the beer tabs. He's jerking them off while he's pulling the beer tabs. And I'm like, this is cinema. This guy picks up a fake violin, starts fucking throwing ass and playing the violin, goes back, he's like, what do you want? I'm like, spicy marg. He goes, hell yeah. Goes and makes it, gives it to me, grabs the bubble machine, starts fucking spraying it around. I'm like, yo, this guy's actually doing 45 tasks at once. It was awesome. Jack looked to his left, and there was a guy with his phone out, straight cock on it. Is Jack chill in person? Yeah. We're sitting there talking. There's these two guys that are sitting next to each other. This dude's scrolling on his phone. He, like, glances and looks down, and it's literally just like a 9-inch penis just on his phone. And he's just staring at it. And then he, like, tabs out. And I'm like, Jack turns to me. He goes, like one of those slow turns. He's like, I just saw a penis. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, I just saw a penis. I go, was it his penis? He goes, no, it couldn't have been his penis. He goes, that guy was jacked. Because it's like a down photo of this guy's dick with like his abs in the photo or some shit. So we end up getting like 2-3 drinks there. We leave. End up walking back to the cruise ship. And that night, we had to review a bunch of bars for my video. So we review a bunch of bars, and we go to this show. Or no, we review a bunch of bars, and we go to Gun Bay because we had a reservation at Gun Bay on Friday. So this is Friday night. We review like 9-10 bars. At this point, we have found 0 swingers. Me and Jack are walking up to people wearing pineapple shirts going, hey, do you guys swing? Like, this is my husband. Like, we're down to get, like, fucking into some shit. You know? Do you know where they are? Like, where are the swingers at? And all of them immediately are like, no, we don't swing. Oh, we can't help you. Sorry. And Jack, y'all were cosplaying? Yeah, dude, even to workers. We're getting pizza. Jack goes, I'll have a cheese pizza with pepperoni, and my husband will have, and I go, and look at him, and I go, I'll have a chicken cheese pizza, thank you. And then we just move on. So the whole time we were like husband and wife, or not husband and wife, husband and husband for that cruise. We didn't flirt with anybody, but like we would walk up to them and go, we're swingers. We're swingers. You know, are you guys swing? Like we're trying to swing. Do you guys? And no, immediately no, by everybody except one woman. One woman walks up to us, drunk. She's 45. We're sitting at a bar talking about how we haven't found swingers. She walks up to us. She goes, you guys are cute. I go, turn. I'm like, oh, thanks. She goes, what are you guys here for? And we're like, yeah, Jack goes, oh, hell yeah. Starts recording. She doesn't notice for the first 3 minutes. We're asking her, like, where we find swingers, who she's here with, blah, blah, blah. She's, like, obviously a swinger. The second that she sees his camera, she just fucking leaves. She fucking goes, oh, I'm out of here. Walks away. So I go, okay, that was a swinger. So there are swingers on the cruise. We just got to find him. End up meeting this one guy that's a fan named Armando. Shout out Armando. He came alone on the cruise. Had like 8 cruise friends that he just met. He's like, I'ma get y'all some swingers. He's texting us going, dude, floor 17, there's fucking people that are topless. You got to show up, bro. This shit's crazy. So we end up going. He ends up giving us some good tips about the nightclub and other places. And that night, we didn't really find anybody else. We just got really drunk. And we went to the Rob Little show. No, we went to Gun Bay. We went to Rob Little the next day. I'll explain that. We went to Gun Bay. Gun Bay is this Korean barbecue place. We sit down. It's me and Jack in the middle, and then a couple, and then 3 other women on the right. And I am hammered walking in. Like, we reviewed like 9 bars before this dinner at like 8:15. I walk in, I'm drunk, and they go, all right, we're going to play a soju drinking game. I go, oh, fuck yeah. And it's one of those games where you go, oh, Gun Bay, Gun Bay, Gun Bay. And it's like you have to fucking like guess numbers in a row, and once somebody fucks up, you take a shot. So I'm just drinking with random people at our table, and I'm loving it. Oh, it was overstimulating as fuck. If I wasn't drunk, I would hate it. I would feel so awkward. I didn't care, though. I was talking to the people that we were sitting with. I'm like, oh, what are your guys' names? Where are you from? Why are you on the cruise? Blah, blah, blah. Just chatting it up. End up eating. We leave. And all I could eat, keep in mind, because I have alpha-gal, is seafood. And they didn't have chicken at this Korean barbecue place. They only had squid, octopus, and shrimp. So all I ate was squid, octopus, and shrimp. And we go, and we end up hitting this, like, one bar up with live music. And Jack goes, let's turn it up a notch. Orders 6 glasses of champagne. And he just splits them. And he goes, okay. Starts recording himself. And it was like, you've seen Jack Pembroke slam champagne. It's actually what it is on video. Like, he just puts it down. And he puts him down. I put him down. I only do like 2. He does like 4. And it sits in my stomach, and I go, oh. He goes, you want to go to the bathroom? I go, hell yeah. I go into the bathroom, lean over the toilet, instantly vomit. The champagne mixed with the squid vomited all of Gun Bay up. All that squid yacked it. Oh, my God. It was the most, because I hate champagne. I hate champagne. Yeah, I need a pee moment, actually. So we go, I take a piss, vomit, and then I'm like, let's turn it up. We just start drinking. I go to the casino. I lose like $1,500. Name of the game. That happens every time I pass the casino. But this is where we meet Armando. We met Armando at the casino. So it was a W play overall. At the end of the day, it made the vlog because Armando was a fucking goat. So we meet Armando at the blackjack tables. And, you know, we chirp it up. We end up going back to the hotel room at like 1:30. And me and Jack are like, we need to order room service. We're starving. I'm going to be hungover if I don't eat. We order room service. That shit doesn't show up for an hour and 45 minutes. By the time the food shows up, it is 3:15, and I'm already hungover. I haven't gone to sleep. I'm dehydrated, and I have no food in my stomach because I threw up the gun bay. So I'm like, yo, I need to eat this. No forks and knives. I'm eating a rotisserie chicken with my hands. Or not a rotisserie chicken, like a chicken
skill.
breast. Like a roaster chicken breast, asparagus and potatoes. Eating it with my hands. Jack got a cheeseburger. He ate probably 30 cheeseburgers on that trip because it was like the only thing they fucking had. He ate a cheeseburger. We get popcorn, cheesecake, and these weird cookies. I go to the bathroom. He's eating the cheesecake with his hands. I come out. He goes, want some? And he's like chewing it. And he like holds out his hand. I'm like, no, I don't want to eat that shit. No, I don't want to eat that shit. So he starts munching on the popcorn. He's so drunk it's spilling on the floor. And it's all over the floor. He goes, I can't clean this up. We got to go to bed. We only have like 2 waters that are the size of this. Like if you've ever been to a hotel, they usually give you like 2 like full waters and they refill them every day. We already drank 1. So one's empty and one's like half full. And he's like, I need a ration this for the rest of the night. And I go, well, I'm going to need water at some point. He goes and fills it in the fucking bathroom sink and hands it to me. And I'm like, I'm not drinking that shit. Bathroom sink water on a cruise ship. I wake up at 9 a.m. blisteringly hungover. And I go, I'm going to drink the sink water. And so I Google it. If it's safe, turns out it's fine. I end up chugging it. That day was bad. Super hungover. We were on the cruise ship the whole day. We weren't at any destination. But we didn't start drink. Like, we probably left the hotel room that day at like 2:30. Like, that. I was not in the sun, like, at all. Like, we left the cruise ship, like, we left our room at like 2:30, ate lunch, immediately started drinking again. And that night, we were wandering, or that day, we ate lunch and wandered the halls looking for swinger pineapples. The upside-down pineapple. That indicates you're like a swinger. And we found like 2 or 3 rooms with them and then some other ones with just regular pineapples. We went back knocking on the door trying to interview them, and I felt the nerves that I felt giving a speech in 5th grade. Like, I'm talking to Jack, and I'm like, I can't do this. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm going, I'll be, don't you have a girlfriend? Yeah, bro, we were acting like we were husbands trying to swing with fucking 45-year-olds. We were not flirting with them. We were knocking on the door and going, are you a swinger? We're swingers. What can we get into? Like, kind of insinuating that we're swingers, but not like being like, oh, you're hot. Like, that scared the fuck out of me. I did not mean to press space. Anyways, I'm so nervous. He's like, bro, you got to. He's like, you can't record me. You have to stand next to me. So we knock on the door. No one answers. Thank fuck. Thank fuck no one answers, because I would have been tweaking. I would have been like, yeah, so we're like on the swingers cruise. We saw you guys have the pineapples. What the fuck would I have said? So we end up, Jack's like, bro, this video is going to be a dud. There's nobody that's freaky enough. So we end up going to the nightclub. And there's this one guy that's eyeing him down. Like staring at him. Jack goes, record me. So I'm filming like this in the middle of the nightclub. And I'm like kind of panning like this to make it seem like I'm just recording the nightclub. Jack walks up to the guy. Guy goes, you're hot. Jack goes, thanks. Me and my husband are swingers. What are you into? He goes, oh, well, like, my husband wouldn't like that very much. This is a married gay man that's like flirting with Jack, saying that his husband wouldn't like that. Jack goes, well, he doesn't need to know. The guy goes, fair point. Jack's like, show up to our room at 1. My husband's jacked, hot, and tall. He really works out. This is what he says to this guy. Gives him the room number. Walks away. We're in a nightclub, and it's playing like... So I don't hear anything. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just like filming them talk, and I'm like, what are they talking about? The moment I knew that he was flirting, like the gay guy was flirting with Jack and was going to show up to the room, the guy leans in, wraps his arm around Jack fully, and like brings him in and like whispers in his ear. And I'm like, oh wait, no, this is like, Jack's like actually getting this guy to show up. So he like darts out. I follow him. He goes, that guy's showing up at our room at 1. He's married. He's going to cheat on his husband. I'm like, what? I was like, that's not even a swinger. Like, you just got a guy that's like trying to like actively cheat on his husband while his husband's on the cruise ship. Like, I go, he's not showing up. And it's like probably 11:50 at this point. And so we like hang out for a little bit, and we end up going up to the room. And as we're in the elevator, it's like 12:50 because we have to go back to see if the guy shows up. And I go, how funny would it be if he's here early? Ding, doors open. I walk out. Guess who's sitting on the stairs? The guy waiting early, 10 minutes early type shit. 10 minutes early. He goes, how's it going? I act like I don't know him because I've never met him. But because like Jack was the one that talked to him, Jack goes, oh, what's up? We walk into the hallway from like the elevator stair section. I hit like a 40-yard fucking sprint to the hotel door, like panicking. I go, oh my God, this guy's actually going to come like try and have sex and cheat on his husband. Like, so I run past the door, run back. And it's like, we get in the room, I'm panicking. I'm like, he heard us run. That's crazy. We're talking about it. 5 minutes go by. I hear, we're mid-conversation. You hear, I go. Sure enough, he's standing through the people.
What type of cruise is this?
Waiting. waiting. I go onto the balcony, and it's pitch black, and I'm just sitting there going, oh, my God. I go, Jack, do not let him in. I go, do not let him inside. I was like, I said, you cannot open the door for that motherfucker. So he doesn't open the door. He comes and talks to me. 5-10 minutes go by. Another knock. I go look, and he's starting to, like, be annoyed. You can tell he's, like, tapping his foot. Like, come on, open the door. Ends up leaving, and I was like, oh, my God, thank fuck. We end up just, that night, talking till, like, 6:30 in the morning about, like, that random shit life, and the sun rises. And I go, the sun's rising. Like, it's 6:30 in the morning. We need to go to bed, bro. Like, we need to go to bed. And he goes, let's stay up the whole day. And I go, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm not staying up the whole day. So we end up falling asleep. Wake up. Jack wakes up with, like, that anxiety. And he's like, what if we see him? He's like, no, what if we see him? Armando texts Jack. We're at this is the last day, so this is Sunday. It's Bimini Beach. Armando texts Jack a picture of the guy at the bar in Bimini Beach, where we're currently walking to, and Jack's like, hey, like fingers through the hair, like, oh my God, what am I like? What's gonna happen? And I'm like, what do you think he's gonna walk up to you? Go, why didn't you have sex with me? Like, it's fine. Like, he's not going to approach you. You know what I mean? Like, at worst, you just get, like, a dirty look. So, we go, aren't you spoiling the video? No, because it's way better in the video. And I'm leaving shit out. It is way better in the video. I'm explaining this horribly. When you see it, it's bad. Like, it's bad. Like, that scene was crazy.
When does this drop?
There was a few other things that happened that the only other thing I'll say, okay, there was one strip show that we went to, and it was called Lola's Library, and there was this one dude, he had a wand, and he was, like, handing it out to people to do magic tricks, and as they would shake the wand, he would, like, moan and shake like he had anal beads up his ass, and then he started dry humping the floor in front of, like, 150 people. Like, it was like, it felt like I was watching Interdimensional Cable, is like the best way that I would describe it. And the funniest shit was the way Lola's Library worked was it was a show full of like 3 to 5 minute snippet scenes, like plays. And every play, there was like 6 characters. Some would sing, some would dance. And every time, one of the characters was fully disguised. Like in one scene, it was Dracula. And every scene, they'd go, wait, you're not blank, you're Jack. And it would be a jacked man rips off all of his outfit, like clothes. He's in a leopard print Speedo, and he just starts twerking. Wait, you're not Dracula, you're Jack. And it would be like, down, now, and he'd just start twerking. And then he would do a backflip, and he would run off stage. And, like, the third time, I was like, this is actually the funniest thing ever. Like, this guy is just in every scene. Wait, that's Jack. And it's like, now you're just actively looking for who Jack is in the scene. Just, like, praying for a backflip. Oh, my God. Anyways. There was one other thing that I'll say. The rest, I'm going to save. You'll see in the video, in my video, and then Jack's video, obviously. We'll probably post same day. I'll react to his video and then share more stories, but the last thing I'll say, there was one comedian that was on board named Rob Little, and we saw he had a comedian, or we saw he had a show. He had like 2 shows, and this was the image they had for his show. It's Rob Little. And it's like him smiling like that. And I go, we have to go see Rob. I'm not twerking. Refund that. We have to go see Rob Little. This was the other one. It's like him like this. And I go, it goes, Rob Little, quote unquote, the happiest comic in America. And I go, dude, Rob Little's going to either be a banger or an absolute dud. We have to fucking go see Rob Little. It's going to be awesome. So we go sit in like the back row, and Jack goes, Rob Little's going to make a fat joke about himself. He's going to go, I'm Rob Little, but I'm not so little. Sure enough, like one of the first jokes he makes is like, I'm Rob Little, but I'm not little. Like a self-degrading fat joke. And then he starts doing crowd work, and you could tell, like, I'm not dissing him for this because the audience ate that shit up out of his hands. There were middle-aged women snorting next to us at his jokes. So I was like, this is what he has to do because this is the audience he's performing for. But all he had was like 10 jokes pre-prepared, and he crowd worked to them. He goes, hey, man, what's your name? Calls on a black guy. He goes, my name's Jeremy. Rob Little goes, Jeremy? You're the only black guy I'm not afraid of. Dying laughter. Dying laughter. He goes, I kick your ass, Jeremy. And I go, oh. Like, obviously, comics are going to do race jokes, fucked up jokes. But I'm like, the reason it wasn't funny wasn't because it was a race joke. It was just a really shitty joke. Like, there was no lead up. It was just like a punchline. It was like a joke I'd read out of that book. that I bought off Temu. Like a fucking man walks into a bar joke. Talks to a Hispanic woman. And he goes, oh, to you, I'm Roberto Pequeño. Ooh! Ooh! So I'm like laughing at how bad the jokes are. But everybody else is laughing because they think it's funny. And so I'm like, whoa. And me and Jack are talking about it. This couple turns around. This woman hits me with this face. And then Full turns around and goes, can you shut the fuck up? And I go, what? She goes, you're being loud. I can't hear his jokes. And Jack's talking to me. And Jack doesn't see this woman. And Jack keeps talking. I go, Jack. And he goes, what? And I point at this woman. And this woman's just like mean mugging us. Husband, straight head eyes forward. He didn't turn around once. I go, okay. You know, sorry. Because, like, we were being, like, a little loud, but I'm like, come on, you know. You missed the Roberto Pequeño joke. That was a banger. that was a banger, right? And, bro, it's a comedy show? I know. So it's like, I'm like, whoa, why are we that upset? And we end up leaving because I was like, I'm not trying to, like, ruin people's time. But I was like, that joke, like, those jokes were just rough. He had a highlight reel before he started of him on, like, The Price is Right and shit. I love Rob Little now, though. I think Rob Little is, like, an inside joke me and Jack will have for, like, forever. Like, this guy is just, bro, look at this image, chat. Like, you're telling me this isn't fucking hilarious? It's Rob Little, the world's happiest comedian. And you're like, oh, we're going to go see him tonight. It's a Rob Little. And then we were in the hotel for like 3 hours just doing our own renditions of Rob Little jokes. Like, we were trying to, like, fill in the gaps of what the rest of his show was like. And, like, how he would crowd work people. Oh, my God. Anyways. One last thing.
I need to see Rob Little, bro.
I got a tattoo. And I was maybe a little buzzed. And is it, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? This was last day, was not a penis. This was last day. We walk in. This is right before Lola's library. I told this story a little bit out of order. And we have to make Lola's library. Tattoo parlor closes. I go, I need to get a tattoo for this ship. Jack wanted to get one. Jack has a fear of needles. As he's watching me get tattooed, he's like rocking back and forth, looking like he's going to faint. Like this. And I go, Jack, sit down. He goes, I need to get a chair. No, Chad, it's way worse. They had a pineapple. They had a lot of pineapple stickers. And I'm asking them, I'm like, could I get a pineapple? They're like, yeah, why do you want a pineapple? And I'm like, I'd probably get it right side up on my ankle. And I'm talking to this guy. He's like, the tattoo artist is so awesome, by the way. They're asking us why I want the tattoo. And I'm like, I'll get a right side up pineapple. I don't want to get a swinger's pineapple. And they're like, well, why do you want a pineapple? And I go, well, we're YouTubers, blah, blah, blah. It would be a good memory. It's a funny story. And the guy goes, well, why don't you get it upside down? You got to get it upside down. And in the moment, I'm like, yo, that's so smart. Like, I need to get an upside down pineapple on my ankle because then it's like, oh, the story. Why would it be right side up? Right after I get it, I go, wait, everybody's just going to think I'm a swinger. Yo.
Joe Yardalosi.
I got an upside down pineapple on my ankle now. Rough. W feet, stop. I missed it. Laser it off. I'm not. It's not. No, chat. It's not that dark. The ink's leaking. I still have the Sanoderm on it. I was like, I gotta embrace it, you know? I was like, everybody has a dumb tattoo, you know? And then I was just like, bro, the only thing that sucks is like, I feel like even if it's in like 5 years, I'm gonna have like a random old lady walk up to me and be like, so you're a swinger? And I'm gonna go, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's gonna go, your ankle. I saw it. And then I'm gonna be like, oh, no. Did Brooke like it? Brooke said that it was, she said I would have gotten it up, not upside down, right side up, like you were saying. She was like, it's a tattoo. She said, you're so type A that I never thought you would have gotten that. It's a tattoo that I thought Chris would have gotten. Chris meaning Koshard. Y'all know Koshard, my IRL friend that also streams. Like, Chris would be the guy to get that tattoo, not me. And so she was like, I'm shocked you got that. Like, because Chris has, like, random weird fucking tattoos that he just got convinced to get or something. So.
Oh, my God.
But, yeah. I ended up talking to Chris about it. He was like, oh, if I was there, I would have gotten that 100%. I was like, fuck. Like, because now I'm the only one with it. Will you cover it up? No, bro. I'm not doing a cover-up. I gotta own that shit. I gotta own that shit, or, I don't know. What would I do? It's just a fucking mini pineapple. You can only see it if I'm barefoot. Like, if I wear socks, you can't even see it. That's why I got it on my ankle. Either way, right side up, upside down, I was like, I'm not getting it anywhere that's, like, visible. You know?
How?
No regrets. Should I get under it? No regrets spelled wrong. Ooh. Oh. It took like 20 minutes though. The whole time he was like,
I wouldn't get that.
Jack's actually going, like watching, like looking like he was gonna faint. It was hilarious. It did hurt a little bit though. I'm gonna shout the tattoo guy out. He was fucking awesome. I think his name was Cam. W Cam. He was like, yeah, you should get that tattoo. He was British though. Or from Ireland? I don't know. He said he was from the UK. And he had so many tats. He had like he was like a bald guy with tattoos all on the top of his head, all on the sides, all over his body. Like there was like an inch of his skin that wasn't tatted. And I was like, how fast can you do this? Because they closed soon and we had the show. He was like, 30 minutes. I was like, oh, really? That's quick. The tattoo was a little overpriced, but it was a cruise ship. So I was like, I know they're going to fucking overprice. I was like, there's going to be a minimum. Like, he gave me, this was the smallest option, by the way. This was the smallest option. He blew it up. He showed me this, and this. And he said, same price. I went, Cam, I am not getting a pineapple that fucking big on my ankle. Hell no. Hell no. Should have gotten the big one. That would have been terrible. It was like $200, yeah. That's the minimum they had, though. It like really, he said, he was like, I know the tattoo's not like $200. It's just we have a minimum at the shop. He said, I can make it bigger, but he said we have to have a minimum here. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll get it. A little overpriced, but it's like, for a cruise ship, I was expecting like $300, yeah. For like anything. They were showing me other shit they do, though. They do, like, full arm sleeves for people. Like, there's people that go on that cruise and just actually get, like, full tatted. Full tatted. Other side thing, last thing I'll say, and then we're getting into Directive 8020. All the workers don't need American visas or passports. So it was so interesting. When I got drunk, I just started interviewing all the workers. I was like, where are you from? How did you get this job? Like, there was a Croatian bartender. All the tattoo artists were from different countries. All of them were from different areas. And they just signed contracts to be on this cruise for like 4 or 5 months, 6 months. Rob Little's booked out on that cruise for the next year. So if you want to go see Rob Little, chat, by all means. Virgin Voyages, Resilient Lady. He'll be there I think like every Thursday and Sunday, Rob Little show. Rob Little! And then he walks out. Wait, I gotta show you a little Rob Little clip.
Time to learn some history along the way. In this series, I'm going to show you
Rob
America's
Little
history
frying
like
me,
you've never
bro.
seen it before, through the eyes of a comedian. It's
Pull the trigger. Okay. Dude, me and him were talking about Jack's a big net spend guy.
Ooh.
Jack loves like that underground like noise, not noise pollution, but like that type of rap. But he said Too Slimy. He's like, Too Slimy's just a grifter. Too Slimy sucks. Bro, oh my god, I literally just have to play it because it's not showing up. Too Slimy, noise pollution. Yo, listening to his beats are crazy. Is this one?
Bro's power went out.
Bro, like, I just don't understand how people fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? How old is Too Slimy?
Like 20?
Oh, he's
Someone
20.
said he's...
So he's younger. I feel like all those guys in that rap, like that rap genre, are young. All right. Lock in, chat. Pleb, Normal, Bog for the sub, Rise, Spicy, Evan, and Kex. Thank you for the sub, Cam. Thank you for the free chat. Here's the schedule. We're playing Directive 8020 for the rest of the stream. We're probably not beating it today. It's like a 7-hour game. We're going to beat it tomorrow. After that, we're going to play the Family Trip tomorrow as well. Maybe some other fucking itch games of sorts. Friday's React Day. Oh, wait, no. Thursday, Subnautica 2. Friday's React Day. Saturday, more Subnautica 2. Other random games like Dread Neighbor, Dead Disco, things of those sorts. React Sunday, Monday, random games. Tuesday, maybe live. If I am live, we might do shit with Ron. If I'm not live, I'm just